Hosting us today, which is several people. Thank you very much. Yeah, we had a wonderful tour this morning, and we were able to go on that and saw some prime examples of aging infrastructure and complicated irrigation systems. Half our meeting today, we have a very special guest with us, Lorelei Cloud, who is going to give us a welcome. Thanks so much. I'm here to the online board. Welcome everybody to Youth Country. We're very happy to host you all here today. I hope that we can also do more of these types of meetings where we're hosting you on our reservation. I think it's really important because most of Colorado is Youth Country, as you all know, and so it's really important for us to share our knowledge and our culture because we are the first caretakers of this land, and we're very proud of that. We're the first inhabitants of Colorado, and so we want to ensure that we also educate everybody possible in Colorado of who we are and the land that you all live on. And again, thank you for all being here. I know that the task force was an original thought a couple years ago. Often all happened and transpired pretty quickly, and then you're all members and you all took on that responsibility and that challenge. I'm very happy that you all did. I think that is Colorado needs to stand together regardless of our perspectives and our issues. We have a tough fight ahead of us eventually, and so I think as we stand together, it's important for us to realize some of our differences and to accept those differences and find ways to work together. And so again, I'm really happy that you're all here. And at Willow, I used to work in this building years ago, so welcome again. I'm really happy that you all are participating in this and help you have a fruitful conversation today, and you continue to do that. I think I know most of you in this room and you online. And so I'm again happy to be able to do the welcome for you, and I'm going to leave that and I'll leave you all to do your business. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you. So much, Laura. We have an exciting agenda for us today. Not only do we get to help Colorado, but we get to dive into like 6 stages in your role as also as a member of the task force. First thing on the agenda is to update the agenda. We have that in front of you. We will do, as is our custom, 1 hour of public comment or until 1 o'clock. And we have a number of updates and reports that help you with those and not. And then we will spend both our meeting talking about interstate and having you all bring up things that you think maybe the task force should be looking at and the legislative recommendation. And then we'll do some agenda setting for our next meeting as well. We obviously are still in the process of getting truck state, and Kelsey is going to talk a little bit about the field for prioritizing and for putting some or draft recommendations. So anything else that we need to add to the thing with the agenda?
Just want to throw, I'm sorry, real quickly, if you could speak up, the people online are having a hard time hearing. So we're going to see what we can do to troubleshoot the mic after testing it and it worked. So just make sure to project your voices this way.
Any other suggestions for the agenda? And if not, we'll take a motion to approve. Move to approve the agenda. Do you have a second? I'll second. All right, second by Alex. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion is approved. And next up is approval of the meeting notes from September 28th. That goes by you as well. Any revisions, corrections to those minutes?
Chair, just on item number 3, I assume that motion included an approval of the last 2 meeting minutes, it just wasn't explicit on there. They just include the amendment. Yeah, that was. I don't know if that one. And we have a motion to approve. To move. Moved by the face, by the committee, all of them favor. And I also like to welcome all the public. This is one from you, and thank you for joining for our celebration. We had some interesting roll call. We talked about how Drought is affecting you and what they're doing in their area. We talked about barriers to leaving school. At our last meeting, we had some reactions to public comment. The top question for today is what is something innovative that you've heard about or that you're excited about and curious about that relates to drought resiliency. So, Alex, I know you're always prepared, so we'll just go around the table. Alex is here, present, and really super excited to be here. I am very envious of everyone who lives in this area of the world, certainly amazing place. So I've been super excited about the alternative crops that some people are experiencing with opium, which is apparently an ancient crop that people thought would get to, which is significantly less water, and it's a very forage crop that has a lot of nutrients and abilities to support cows and as well as herds. So I think when I think about drought resiliency and I think about the land and the land survive in a really healthy way, regenerative farming techniques and the alternative crops are innovations that I've left us for success. Okay, thank you. Let's see if Yazzie. Yes, in a way that I guess we didn't get into something, we're all having a last meeting about other ways that, the nice people for water rights provided to other users. Thank you. Kate Greenberg.
I had a similar thought to Alex about crop switching. We had a Colorado Water Conservation Board meeting a few weeks ago and some really amazing ag-led water plan grant approvals from that meeting, one of which is a rye project down in the San Luis Valley, led by farmers and folks down there who are engaging in the baker and distiller markets. So it's not just the crop switching, but it's also how do we look at other sort of supply chain partners who can help support farmers in that.
Randy Karen.
Present. Impressed by the recent story about the Colorado Ag Water Alliance that's doing some pilot studies for using biochar for soil amendments and looking at how it improves soil health as well as increasing water retention.
Thank you. Perfect. The thing that I'm really interested in, the Kevin brought up a lot, being about the water sharing, water bank, how that all works and how it be done without harming other water users.
Lisa,
Hey, good morning. Some of the drought resilience tools that I've heard mentioned, that I'm interested in, and actually would need to learn a lot more about the micro irrigation and other ways to make irrigation and agriculture more efficient. Rainwater units, and on what kind of scale that could be used. That would be really interesting to find out more about, but are you using that, water in your household or businesses, more than once? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Metro.
Thanks. I think Colorado's innovation always excites me. I think being on the front lines of climate variability, climate change, climate stress, has always provided us the capability to be leaders in innovation. I would echo every single statement down this line, and probably this line and that line. In terms of things that are exciting about innovation, the alternative cropping, while that may be a little new in its reuse, I think there's always been an alternative cropping openness within Colorado, because we have to figure out how to survive in times of drought. So I'm always open to any innovation. One thing that I've been thinking about a lot today is, innovative practice of addressing aging infrastructure before it becomes aging infrastructure. I think would be innovative. Because I think I'm hearing these conversations so frequently, and as we talk about it, the more we engage. So all of us included. And so I think, addressing problems head on is something that I think would be great. And then, of course, I have to say this from the seat that I am in, is that the most innovative thing that we can do across the entire basin is live within the needs of the river, and we do that. And so I think our job is to share the innovation that we do to get us to that point and make sure that others do the same. And it would be really innovative if what controlled the system was what was actually in the system, not what folks actually worked and dreamed for. And so that was what I would say would be innovative, is if we all live like Colorado.
That could be a task force slogans.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna jump online. All of them.
Present. I'm very sorry I can't be there in person, but thank you for letting me attend virtually. I would also echo some of the comments about the innovation around alternative crops. I think we've seen some great work being done on that. And I do want to commend our municipalities, including Aurora, for the innovation that they've been doing around non-functional turf and living, looking at water conservation and using water and as efficiently as possible in all our cities as well. So thank you.
Thanks, Orla. Jackie Brown.
Good morning. Apologies for not being able to attend in person, but as Orla said, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm getting some feedback, so I can hear myself twice, which is distracting. I think I would, obviously echo the sentiments in the room of the cropping is amazing. I've had the pleasure of being on the CWCB with Paul Bruchet, who's worked really hard on that, and love hearing his reports. But I think generally for me, I'm really excited for Colorado to continue to get its own house in order as a member of the entire Colorado River Basin, and protect our water use and the way that we earn our livelihoods across all water uses for future generations, 50, 100, 150 years down the line, and not just in the next 5 years. So being on this task force with all of you, I think is a big part of that. So thanks.
Great, thank you, Jackie. Lee Miller.
Thank you, Present. So it's interesting today as we're driving over to this beautiful facility where here is, and the comments about aging and aging infrastructure, aging part. More, I was thinking a lot about one of the people who I worked with and had the privilege of working with and being taught by Chairman Leonard Birch, and thinking about all the things that we worked on together, and all of the changes that leadership like the chairman, Sam, and some of those folks. And yes, you know, on the way here yesterday, I stopped off at the Arkansas Basin Roundtable at their request. And talked to them a little bit about the work that we were doing here and what they thought about where we were going. You know, I think I've said this a number of times, probably to the point where people would just like me to stop saying it. But, you know, Arkansas Basin has been very innovative over the years. They've been very willing to try things within the basin, sometimes to success, sometimes not to success, but they're definitely think that the tools that they've developed over the years are still things that people should be looking at how to utilize better in some of these other circumstances. They also made a very clear statement to me that we need to be looking at intrastate solutions, and we need to be looking at Colorado solutions, Colorado oriented solutions. And so they're, you know, they've stood ready to support the things that they've learned and developed over the years. Has to be the
President, again, at least, the aging infrastructure has been pretty heavy on my mind. We're operating a 114-year-old system. The other side of the hill, we can always use some help with automation, efficiencies. I think for what where we're coming from, that can help a lot, and even the cropping and stuff would work some in our valley. The other thing is, I'm kind of excited to get onto interstate issues.
Great. Steve, well,
Good morning, or afternoon now. This has been said, but I missed the last meeting. But I went back to this for the whole thing, and I really like Kevin Ryan's presentation about the suite of tools that already exist out there. So obviously, there's been a lot of thought over the last several years. We know this things that have been done. I think the curious part is why haven't they been put to use? You know, as much movement did you ever know at all? Maybe the exciting part is trying to figure out, are there things we can do to fix some of those tools, make them more widely used and available for us?
what do you think?
Good afternoon, everyone, present. I've been very encouraged just the focus that Irrigated Agriculture has got in the last couple of years. I think the state has so much to be proud of on our irrigated ag heritage, and it's just refreshing to see that be understood by more and more. Specifically, one of the things I think we all are going to have to understand better, because it's going to lead to our ability to handle drought, is the, you know, that one person's waste is the next person's treasure. And as we start to take lands out of production, it has impacts. It has impacts late season stream flows into the fall and the winter. And we've all come and we all have some level of rebias based on what we see in these streams, what we know them to be. And they're changing because we do not have those return flows in a lot of areas of the state coming back. We either taking land out of production, or we've done such a good job with efficiency that we see base flows and streams going away. And there's a lot of reasons that happens, but I think that's one of them, and I'd like to see that there's some attention.
No, analogies that sounds very.
I'm to spare you all.
Kevin Ryan.
Thanks. And Gerald, you and I look through the same line because you said something similar to what I thought. And of course, I spent a lot of time on the water sharing discussion, just preparing materials for you all, but specifically on water banking. And that's something in my time, in my positions at PWR, I've seen people trying to nudge it along, and it can't quite get there. So I'm just intrigued by that. And Lee, I'm sorry, but I'm going to keep looking at you because I think you have this vision of the group and help us along with that, to understand what that could be and how it could be.
Yeah, let's say that, some of the innovation, there's a lot going on, but I would just pick a school that, the River District is developing, conjunction with the Pottery Valley water users, and with help from the CWCB and funding, should we ever find that the state needs to go into a demand management program, that we're developing a decision support tool that will hopefully provide a blueprint for an intelligent way to carry out demand management that is the least destructive as possible to our agricultural industry and our communities that depend on agriculture. So really excited about it.
Present, so I'm gonna move in the direction of upwards. So one of the tools that we started using on the ranch that we're really excited about is we're gonna take it, it's got a lot of power to help in the river, not only with river health, but and that's our virtual things. I think that people discount what we can do with our athletics and how we can improve our soil health, decrease our plant spacing, decrease sediment runoff with a tool like this. I think it's at this point.
Here, hard to be at the end of the line. I think everybody has said great, quite great examples. I'll also mention the excellent tour we got this morning. And sometimes innovation is being able to adapt, kind of build off of what has come before. We saw a lot of examples of how the Southern Ute Tribe is trying to keep their system going and allow it to be more efficient in times of water stress. So I think that was just a great on the ground example, and identifying some ideas about innovative ways to access funds and partnerships to keep that kind of thing going forward. So I really appreciate that and echo what everybody else said for all that stuff as well.
Thank you very much. And we are missing Southwestern. Do we know any municipal, Allison? I have not heard anything. So other than that, we are all present, so we do on forum. And thank you all for your insights. We'll now move to public comments. So anyone from the public, anyone who is online who would like to address the task force, we look forward to hearing from you. We ask you to keep your comments to about 3 minutes. And I'll turn it over to you, Jordan.
All right. Yes. So today we'll start with in-person public comments for those that have signed up. If there are folks that have not signed up that would, please raise your hand and we'll get the sign up sheet to you. All right. And then for those folks online, if you would like to provide public comment to the task force, please just put your name in the question and answer, the Q&A chat, and we'll go by who has kind of put their name in there. But first, we'll kind of start off with those folks in the room, and we'll have those folks that are going to come and give public comments in person. We'll have you stand up over here, kind of next to Alex right there. So I guess first we have Tyler, and then on deck will be Kathleen.
What's your last name, Garrett?
It is.
I just want to make sure.
2 R's and 2 T's. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Tyler Garrett. I'm the Director of Government Relations for Rocky Mountain Farmers Union. We represent the interests of family farmers and ranchers for a member-driven policy process. In the short time I have today, there are 2 main topics that I'd like to address. One, the need to take a measured approach across all industries, and urging caution when considering establishing an oversight commission for our Colorado River Commissioner. Throughout the meetings of this task force, the testimony that established this body and elsewhere has been mentioned that agriculture uses approximately 70% of the water in the state of Colorado. While this is true, we must remember that the farmers and ranchers are not taking water in a gluttonous manner. They are using the water to provide food, fiber, and fuel for the people of Colorado and elsewhere. Also, a large percentage of the water used in agriculture makes its way back into the system in return flows. These return flows can be improved with healthy soil practices and other best management practices that most farmers and ranchers are interested in implementing. Changing these practices, though, involves some risk and sometimes a significant investment. Therefore, we ask you to consider recommending sustainable and renewable resources of revenue, provide the funding for farmers and ranchers to voluntarily participate in these practices. We also strongly urge you to consider the role that agriculture plays in the state as the second largest industry and the industry that feeds and clothes our fellow Coloradans. When considering what recommendations you are going to make, we must ensure that no industry must take the brunt of any approach to mitigate the possible compact fall, which we have never been and are currently not at risk of being out of compliance with, since that basin typically is approximately half of their allotment. We must be able to put the pressure on the lower basin to step up what they are doing to manage drought conditions and compact use, since they are using more than their allotted share. This brings me to a second topic that I'd like to cover. Our best way to ensure a fair negotiation with the Colorado River Compact discussions is to have a strong Colorado River Commissioner, and we are lucky to have that in Commissioner Mitchell. Therefore, we urge caution as you consider establishing an oversight commission for Commissioner Mitchell and the work that she does. Overall, we as Rocky Mountain Farmers Union would be supportive of the idea if done correctly. And I emphasize correctly. We would want to ensure that agriculture has a large voice in the commission as the largest group of water right holders. There would also need to be clear direction from the group on what they can and cannot do. And the oversight commission would need to allow Commissioner Mitchell or any successor to be nimble and to be able to react in a timely manner to pressing concerns, while also ensuring that they are looking out for the best interest of all water holders and not disproportionately impacting one type of water right holder. Ultimately, we would like, if it were to be established, for an oversight commission to enhance and not hinder the progress Colorado has had during the compact negotiations under Commissioner Mitchell. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Kathleen.
Do you want me to stand that way? That way you're the folks online can see you.
Are you timing? Are you timing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I will have no.
You got
Give you a whole
30 seconds.
Perfect. I'm Kathleen Curry, and I'm here today on behalf of the Emerson Basin Roundtable for half of my 3 minutes, and then the other half, I would like to just offer some personal comments. And the reason I'm going to take that approach is that last meeting I did bring up that the Emerson Basin Roundtable was working on a letter, and we got that finished, and we got everybody's okay, and I delivered copies just in case you want to see it, but really there's two main points in the letter. The first is the one I mentioned previously, and you all did start talking about, which we really appreciate, and that's this concept of aging infrastructure. And the roundtable felt that we have issues with agricultural infrastructure and municipal. So I want to broaden the scope a little bit there. And just whatever we end up doing with funding mechanisms, however that works out, I just want to underscore how important that is, mainly because that is really our best defense in the event of a drought, is to take care of what we already have, as opposed to building new projects. And that's addressed in the letter as well. The permitting process has gotten to be so unwieldy that folks that are even just trying to do enlargements are spending 20 years, millions of dollars, and still have not a drop of water to show for it. So those two things that I did bring up earlier, and then switching gears to your agenda today, getting into the interstate discussion. Having the comments in the beginning of the meeting, I'm never sure whether I should speak to the last meeting or the one that you're about ready to embark on. But just speaking as an ag producer on the Western Slope, we are very interested in what happens in the future on the Colorado River. And I think you saw just a year ago when the infrastructure problems down at Powell were driving some folks in the Bureau and elsewhere to say, okay, Colorado, you need to contribute water. So we may not be out of compliance, and I get the message, I've been hearing that a lot, how great shape we're in. But if you run water on the Western Slope, that doesn't necessarily mean that you feel really confident every day of the week. Because that deal with Powell and the hydropower infrastructure it puts pressure on this part of the state in particular. So my two main points before I run out of time. First is I think if there's a shortage and we have to deliver water for whatever reason, it should be shared by everyone on the system, everyone using Colorado River water, including municipal users, including Front Range users, including West Slope users. So I think it should be a shared shortage when we are in that position. So that's just a curry thought. The other thing is, I think we should be using the appropriation doctrine as a framework. I know that means there are winners and losers, but I think that should be the basis of how we engage in curtailment. Kevin, that I really want to say how much we respect the appropriation doctrine and hope that that will be the main basis for how decisions are made, understanding that you need flexibility. But so those 2 points. Sorry, I don't know how long I went. Okay, all right. So thanks, you guys.
Thank you. So what we've been doing is we've been, through the past meetings is having 3 people in person and then kind of 3 online. And so we'll continue that today. So next we have in person is Steve Harris. And then after Steve, we'll move to 3 folks online and then back to the folks inside the room so you can have time to get out there and everything like that.
Well, since I haven't followed what you guys have been doing, except for Steve will talk to me sometimes. I came to see some of my old buddies, and here's one sitting right here. Alex, it's good to see you. It's been a decade or better. Also, Kate, Lee, I haven't seen you in quite a while either. Becky, I see all the time, so that's no big deal. I've been in the water business in Southwest Colorado in the state for 50 years this month. So I got to thinking that's about half the time since Colorado River Compact's been around. So I think I'm aging infrastructure. My soapbox, when I was on the IBCC, my soapbox for a long time has been passing out long gone bumper stickers. And I passed out a couple of hundred of them around the state. I think you got a couple of them, Alex, back in the day. The idea is, especially in municipalities, especially on the east slope, lawns use about half the water, deplete about half the water. And there's decorative lawns that are around the medians and stuff. Those are just using water that we don't have. So I know this has been my soapbox for a long time. I've given out 200. I've only got 4 or 5 left. If somebody wants a bumper sticker, I've got some here to give you. But I think getting rid of, and I also noticed in the Colorado Sun, there was an article just in the last week where quite a few different municipalities are starting to reduce the amount of lawn. And Kathleen's friends with oh geez, and when you get to be older, names pop in and out of your head just like that. There's no way it's gonna happen. Ellen. We tried to get a bill passed just about 10 years ago, I think, where we were gonna and Lee's organization supported this and that. Where if you're gonna use ag water as part of your new developments, we had a formula for restricting the amount of grass that you could have. We got crushed. But I think if we did it again now, we probably wouldn't be so crushed. But anyway, the municipalities are doing on their own. In terms of Colorado River, I heard Becky talk not too long ago. I like where she's at. Colorado River Compact is the law. That's where if all else fails, that's where you go to in terms of the big picture on it. So with that, I wasn't looking whether my time's up or not, but it's probably pretty close. Good to see everybody again.
Thank you. Okay. So now we will shift to those of you online that would like to give 3-minute comments to the task force. First, we'll start with Nathan Goodman, and then on deck will be Kent Hertries.
Can you make him a speaker? Or you?
Nathan Goodman. So Nathan, you'll see.
We lost him.
He was under Nathan Goodman. Might have lost Nathan.
Well, Nathan, if you can hear us, rejoin and let us know that you're here if you are, but we're not seeing you right now on the attendees list.
So and go to Kent Hertries.
All right, Ken, here you go.
Hello, I'm assuming you can hear me.
Yes.
Appreciate you all. Thank you for doing what you're doing. Hi to everyone who I know in the room and online, and looking forward to meeting all the rest of you in the future. I am Ken Vertrees. I live in Steamboat Springs, Colorado. I am the recreational representative on the Yampa White Green Basin Roundtable. Though I am here today just speaking on behalf of myself as a citizen, I am also the recreational and educational representative for the Friends of the Yampa. I've raised kids here in Colorado. I run an outfitting business, and I'm an educator at Colorado Mountain College teaching river courses. My work on the roundtable has taught me all about collaboration and listening and patience and understanding water issues that you're dealing with. And so I really appreciate, again, what you're doing. It's not an easy task. And thank you, thank you, thank you. My passion is, of course, first and foremost in recreation, but I've learned how important the environment is to keep us going, as well as agriculture and all the other users. I don't have to tell you that we're all interconnected and working towards one goal. I've been not recreating on rivers recently. I've been watching all the YouTube videos of your past meetings. We as the public are paying attention to what you're doing and listening, and really excited to hear what you're going to bring to legislation in the future. I will tell you this, I am not a proponent of new reservoirs in Colorado. I feel like the time and place for these have gone past. We are in a new world. We need to stretch every drop of our existing reservoir water. But new reservoirs is not where I believe we should be moving. Some of the things that I would support and want you to look more into is supporting the soil health program and expanding the LIDAR snow measurement efforts. I saw those on the spreadsheet of our tools. I think those are really important to identify how much water we have in our systems in the future. I do agree that assisting aging water infrastructure, not only replacing agriculture, but municipal infrastructure, as well as upgrading diversion structures. I think that's a no-brainer. Let's modernize and get ourselves going. I applaud Jackie Brown's efforts last meeting. I think maintaining those water portfolios of water up to 2050 is super important. I've read over Orla Bannon's in-stream flow program tools. I think you should all look at every single one of those. We need to expand that program. We need to not only keep fish wet, but we need to encourage water temperature regimes so we do not have any more closures on our rivers. And then finally, shepherding water downstream. Do that. Figure it out. We need to be able to move water from Colorado through Utah into Utah. Maybe it's tri-states water in the future. Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. So next up online, we have Karen Pontus, and on deck, we have Nate Kalema.
All right, Karen, here you go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, my name is Karen Pontius. I live in Durango, Colorado. I'm going to bring up 2 points. The first is Colorado's use it or lose it policy discourages conservation, and we need to update the policy for a future in which climate change makes weather more unpredictable alongside increased demands. So please recommending updating the laws to create greater flexibility to that policy. It should be easier for water rights holders to temporarily loan and lease their water to enable responsiveness to drought. And then the second point is the only way to really address this serious issue, I think, is to take on some sacred cows. 79% of what we take from the river goes to agriculture. And using more than half the water we take out of the river to make hay and alfalfa is delusional. So if we stopped using Colorado River water to grow hay, the country would suffer just a 15% loss in hay production. So when we look at how much water it takes to grow a pound of beef, I think we really need to start changing the culture around this cattle culture that we have in the West. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Up next, online, we have Nate Clemma. And that's all I have for the online. And as a reminder, if you are online and you would like to provide a comment, please put your name in the question and answer chat box and we'll get you in the queue.
All right, Nate, here you go.
Hey, everyone. Yeah, thanks so much for all you're doing. Definitely a formidable task, but exciting to see this all come together. So I live in Durango, Colorado. This is where I grew up. My father ran a raft outfitting company that ended up on the Dolores River that kind of went out of business as that river dried up. And so I think I don't work in recreation anymore, but did for over a decade, and then went on to pursue a PhD where I studied groundwater hydrology and ended up having conversations with people mostly in the Pacific Northwest about water management. And I think something I found really inspiring up there was an adoption of some extremely multi-beneficial solutions and people that were really inspired to engage in really creative problem solving and really bringing these user groups together to try and come up with compromises that works for everyone. And so I think I know there was a very inspiring kind of proposal from the energy industry to use some of their water rights for use in recreation. And I think those are the types of solutions I think are really inspiring and things that it'd be great to see this task force focus on. And then, yeah, I think just echoing, a lot of what Kent said echoes my thoughts, perhaps even much more eloquently, but I think Colorado is a state that has an identity greatly rooted in its environment and preservation of its wild places. And then on top of that, a massive recreation industry, I believe to the order of like $19 billion or something like that. And so I think it's really important that recreation, environmental considerations have a seat at the table in these discussions. So yeah, that's all I got. Thanks so much for everything.
Thank you, Nate. Okay. So we'll be transitioning back to public comment for those in the room. We will start with Garen, and then Sarah, you will be on deck.
Come back here just a little, just a little second, towards the middle. There you go, okay. That's what I felt like. Hi, my name is Garen Borthman, and I'm here on behalf of the Colorado Farm Bureau today. I'm also part of a coalition made up of the major ag organizations in the state: Colorado Cattlemen's Association, Colorado Livestock Association, and the Rocky Mountain Farmers Union, as well as individual farmers and ranchers, mostly on the western slope, but also from other areas of the state. I have two letters that we are going to be submitting, so you can read. I'm just going to go through just the highlights of one of them. If you have any questions, my contact information is available through the facilitator. Below are some comments on the intrastate tools identified so far. Our focus is to find ways to enhance drought resiliency for agricultural producers specifically. Storage, it's a major component of what we're talking about. A primary goal should be the rehabilitation and repair of existing storage facilities. That also includes additional infrastructure improvements. The tools identified on the worksheet are good. However, don't limit the infrastructure improvement funding to just projects with multiple benefits. Please focus on projects that also benefit agriculture. We don't have a lot of extra money in the industry, but we're interested in enhancing our infrastructure. With regards to best management practices, most agricultural users are interested in implementing BMPs, but additional funding is needed. Water sharing agreements
Those who voluntarily participate in water sharing agreements must be adequately compensated. You'll see that most of my comments center around the need for additional funding. Protection against injury is imperative if water sharing agreements are to be accepted. Bottom line, the best way for ag producers to get through the drought and be resilient through additional drought times is reliable water. And the best way to get reliable water is to have adequate storage and good infrastructure. So we are interested in the conversation when it comes to funding. It needs to be sustainable, it needs to be long-term, and it needs to be flexible to address the different issues that we're facing, not only just within the Colorado River Basin. We have different issues throughout that basin, but also those in other areas of the state that also recognize and rely on Colorado River water. Thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, next up, we'll have Sarah Birch. And then one last call for anyone in the room for signing up.
You're good, just stand right about
Right about
Hello, my name is Sarah Birch. I'm a lifelong resident of Colorado and currently work as the Animas River Keeper with San Juan Citizens Alliance. However, today I'll be speaking as a citizen of Colorado. When I was a kid, I grew up on the Front Range, but I spent a lot of vacations on the West Slope where we would go fishing and rafting along the Colorado and San Juan rivers. That personal connection to water inspired me to pursue an MS in watershed science and a later career in water advocacy. However, since my childhood, I've seen many beloved Colorado waterways experience shortages and degradation. I've seen neighbors become divided over the scarcity of water and arguments that were fueled by the notion stakeholders are competing over water rather than identifying opportunities to collaborate on mutually beneficial solutions. While I appreciate the work the task force has done by putting forward new innovative ideas, I believe there are more opportunities to prioritize the function of our watersheds. The importance of healthy rivers and the river recreation industry are included in many of the conversations about management, but currently lack effective tools to ensure the values are protected. The solutions and recommendations should prioritize watershed function and river health, as the integrity of our waterways are under pressure. Without prioritizing improving the health of our rivers, we cannot expect our waterways to take care of it. So I support recommending increasing capacity and resources for identifying process-based stream restoration efforts as a tool to mitigate water shortages in streams that are having declining flows. The vast toolbox of PBR tools includes methods that promote infiltration to streambed soils and floodplains that can sustain surface flow in times of drought. Also, rewetting the floodplain encourages healthy watershed function by increasing biodiversity, creating natural wildfire breaks, supporting vegetation growth for grazing populations, and decreases the risk of processes for stream beds. Our lands and waters are what draws us to live in this area of the world, and losing that component would be a detriment to the environment, economy, and our quality of life. Recommendations made by the task force must also include measures that ensure water uses are protected for the $19 billion water recreation economy industry in the state. I encourage the task force to make strong recommendations that do not undercut the need to conserve water for river health and recreation. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe online, looks like we might have one more person, and I think they might be Karen. Yeah, I think it's with, she's, I think, with Teal.
Oh, she's with another.
Yes, I think I believe so. Karen, are you with Teal?
No, I am not, unfortunately.
Okay. I do not see Teal on the list here.
Okay, she's not on the list.
Okay.
All right. Thanks to everyone for your comments. Next up on the agenda is updates and reports. We have about 6 items that I'm gonna turn over to Kelsey to address, and we have an update on the subtask force, which met yesterday. And Kelsey, maybe you could start off by reminding folks about how to make comments outside of the meeting right through the website.
Yeah, absolutely. So for members of the public watching online or here in the room, if you would like to make a public comment outside of a meeting, you know, especially at the end of the meeting, we've heard that people want to let people know what they think about the discussion or additional ideas. You can go to the website, crdroughttaskforce.com, and Jordan's going to pop that into the online so you can see that. But you can go to the website, and if you scroll down to the bottom of the home page, there is a comment box. You can submit comments, and we collect those comments. And then as we get them, we send them out to the task force members so that they are able to see them. You also, if you don't want to put it into the comment box, please do, but you can always email either Jordan or myself, and our email addresses are also on the website under About. You go to click on the facilitators tab. So we welcome your comments and thank you for them. So I've got a list of things I'm going to run through for you guys. I'm going to share the meeting poll results. So we sent out a poll to task force members asking them about how they would like to go about adding more time to the meetings. So I can share that in a second, but I'm going to just run through the other things real quickly so that I can go over and stand by my computer. So December 7th, we just secured a venue for our December 7th meeting, and that's going to be at the Colorado Water Resources and Power Authority in downtown Denver. We'll be using a conference room. For those of you that know, it's the same conference room that Colorado Water Congress meets in. That helps. So we'll be sending out that information to task force members and putting that online early next week for you guys. So that's the December 7th meeting. And just as a foreshadowing for our discussion about adding more time to the meetings and the poll results, we did reserve that meeting for that room for the whole day, just in case. Just in case we've learned our lesson. All right. If you are going to be requesting travel reimbursement for any of your trips, please do so for your September travels by October 20th. And then October travel, if you're going to be requesting travel reimbursement, please do so early in November, as soon as you can. And then I also wanted to let you guys know that the shared Google Docs, so we were able to get these shared Google Docs up onto the website so that they're both visible to the public and also accessible by each of you for editing. We're still working through, there should not be any barriers once you have the link, so we can try to troubleshoot for anyone that is having trouble getting into those. But those are on the website on the resources page. And if you scroll down to the bottom of the resources page, there is the intra and interstate tools worksheet. And there's a link for the public to view it. And then there's a link for editing. And if you, if I've shared access with you, you should be able to click that editing link. One thing that we learned is when you use the comment feature or suggestion feature, it does not appear for the public. So you need to make sure to write whatever it is you want to say actually onto the document itself. So just a couple of guidelines for doing that, since we're not able to use the comment feature, please include your name. So Kelly Romero-Haney provided a great example on the ideas document. So it's her name, and then just briefly, like what kind of comment is this? And so she was providing a resource. So if you want to edit or provide comments on what someone else wrote, please just make sure that that is clear so that you're providing reviewing or commenting. So your name, what type of comment, and then please put your whatever it is you would like to add to that document. The document also does update every 5 minutes to the website. So if you put information on there and then you look at the public view and you don't see your information immediately, don't panic. It's still got saved and it will be updated in 5 minutes. So just check back again. So that's the update on the docs. Once more, you can find that on the website, crdroughttaskforce.com. On the resources page, scroll to the bottom. And then letter E, the intrastate prioritization polling, which was requested after the last meeting. We've been working on developing a poll for you all so that you can prioritize the remaining intrastate tools in preparation for our next meeting on the 26th. Part of that will also be a categorization exercise. So we've been trying to make that not too fancy, but usable. And so we're hoping to by collecting information from you all, we can bring that to you for the meeting on the 26th and show you like, hey, here's how it's working out, what you think are the most important tools to get onto the table and to discuss. And then also how we can move forward by categorizing these tools. There are a number of suggestions from the last meeting and after the last meeting that people wanted to start categorizing some of those things in a variety of ways. And we've sent out some of the things that we've heard from someone this last week, basically about potentially categorizing things as this is good, doesn't need legislation. This is good, we need more discussion and should focus on this. This is good, but it falls into legislation already exists, so it's more of a barriers conversation. So thinking about how you want to categorize the tools that we are going to be continuing to discuss. By we, I mean you. And then finally, we have an update on when we will be reporting out. Kathy and I have been invited to report to the Water Resources and Agricultural Review Committee on October 31st. So one of the things for the next meeting that we'll be doing is bringing in some talking points that we can all discuss so that Kathy and I can take those to the Water Resources and Ag Review Committee. And Kathy, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
We did want to open it up if anyone wanted to join us there, to let us know. Certainly welcome to come to that meeting and observe, or we are going to look for some talking points before that review committee, so we will come prepared at the next meeting in October with some suggested talking points for you all as a task force to review and say, this is what we want to present this committee, and we can have those or add to those or change those so that everybody's on board with what Kelsey and I might say that day.
We'll have about, right now it's looking like we'll have about 45 minutes on their agenda at probably around 1 p.m. on October 31st.
And as a reminder, that is part of Senate Bill 295, is a report to the Water Resources and Ag Review Committee, and this is it. This is when they meet before our final.
Yeah. All right. So do you all have any questions right now about any of those things that I just mentioned?
Can you restate where that meeting is taking place?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, that meeting will be at the state capitol in Denver. Just in case anyone needed a lesson on capitals. Okay. I'm going to jump back over to my computer and print. You know, if you want to go through your capitals. All right. I'm going to pop up the poll. And then I will share it online so that everyone can see. Okay. And let me share my screen real quick. Oh. Okie dokie. So real quick, I just wanted to show you all the results of your poll. We have 16 responses. Jackie, thank you for texting me and asking a question. The Water Resources and Ag Review Committee meeting on the 31st is at the state capitol. And that is the report out from the Drought Task Force. All right, always text me with questions if you're not here during the meeting. All right. So the results of the poll, so we asked that just one delegate from each team of appointment for people reply. So we have 16 responses. And the biggest response was obviously for starting the meeting 1 hour earlier. Now we did include starting the meeting 1 hour earlier today on that list. However, there was a handful of people who would not have been able to be here earlier today. So we chose not to go forward with starting the meeting an hour earlier today. However, most people were in favor of starting the meeting an hour earlier on the 26th and on December 7th. Someone suggested, so the ones below are additional suggestions. And again, you could select all that apply here. So someone did say we should start it earlier on, have an extended meeting on the 7th. Or the 16th of November. And then there was not as much support for having an additional virtual meeting the last week of the task force. There was about, there's some confusion on the dates. And so that's where it got a little confusing, but we had about 8 people who were in favor of adding an additional virtual meeting the week of the date of Tuesday, December 12th, so right before throughout. So all of that being said, collecting all of that information, this is just showing who would be able to attend earlier. We only have one person who said that they would not be able to attend earlier on the 26th. And then the rest was who was able to attend the tours. So I'm going to just skip over that right now so you guys can get onto the meat of your meeting. In terms of comments, people were generally open. There was some requests for truncating comments during the meeting so that we could move forward. But I want to get back really to the top, because my proposal to you all is that we are going to move forward with starting the meeting 1 hour earlier on the 26th. So that meeting would start on October 26th in Toya, that the meeting would start at 11 and go until 4. And then starting the meeting on December 7th at 11 and going until 4, unless you'd like to do it longer than that. And then or 16th, starting the virtual meeting on November 16th, an hour earlier. Are there any comments? Or should I just move forward?
Maybe remind people of our day-long meeting.
On November 9th, we'll be meeting in Glenwood Springs from 9:30 until 4. In person.
Could you repeat all of those?
Yes, I can. I'm so sorry. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah.
All right. So starting with the next meeting on October 26th, 11 to 4 in Toya. Then we have our November 9th meeting, which is already from 9:30 until 4. November 16th is a virtual meeting, extending that from 11 to 4. And then December 7th in Denver from 11 to 4. That is my proposal to you.
Comments, does that create any undue burdens for anyone? Yeah.
I think that's gonna be fine, but would you mind just walking through the game plan for those that we're meeting? So because I assume by the end of the 7th, we need everything in, right? We need to have our recommendations done.
Unless we have another meeting or we are using the Google Docs online for final editing. Yeah, and I can pull up, we have. Yeah.
Thursday today, Thursday, 26th. Not sure what November 9th
I
is.
think November 9th, we have that full day, so we can wrap up any discussions we have on both intra and interstate and really start trying to get to our recommendations. That's what I would propose. It's coming out of that meeting on November 9th with at least that rough draft of what our report looks like.
So this isn't, so this is impossible for you all to read from far away because it's so tiny. So I'll just tell you. So today we have interstate tools discussion, and then the tribal water presentation is going to be as a next meeting, which there is a conflict for, at least Lisa, I'm not sure if there's a conflict with Lisa, for that, but we're going to try to press forward with that. A presentation at the next meeting. So tribal water presentation was moved from this meeting to the 26th. And then also discussing at the 26th, adding details to the initial list of tools that there was agreement upon or were agreement to pursue further. Returning to that interstate discussion and revisiting the polling for prioritization that was requested at the last meeting for interstate tools. And then at the November 9th meeting, that is, you all decided you wanted to focus on report drafting since it's a long all-day meeting. And then November 16th, that virtual meeting, that continued drafting. And then December 7th is incorporate public feedback and into final report recommendations.
I can't read that.
Yeah, I know.
But did I understand you to say that the October 26th is going to be focused back on intrastate, not interstate?
It is, right now, it is open to whatever needs to be added for further discussion.
Because this is our only meeting, the first meeting we're going to be talking about interstate. There's a whole lot.
Oh, yeah, no,
Okay.
yeah.
Just
It's open to whatever you all want to talk about more. At the last meeting, it was requested that there be time reserved for continuing the intrastate tools. And I assume you all want more time to talk about intrastate tools as well. And this is a living, breathing, very tiny thing on the screen, but it is living, breathing.
Any other comments? All agreeable with the schedule as Chelsea has proposed. So we did not change the time for November 9th, right? Because that's the all-day 9:30 to 4.
Yes, make sure that one is the same.
Sorry, what was the question?
I was just asking if we did not change the time for the November 9th, because that's the full meeting. I was just making sure. Okay.
All right, I will send you all many emails. Oh, Jackie has a question. All right,
I think it's your hands.
Jackie, you want to go ahead?
Sure, it's more of a comment, but as we get into setting an agenda for the 16th, I just want, so that we don't get in the situation that we were in during our last meeting, to point out that that is also a CWCB meeting. So if there's any need for state staff to be present on the 16th, that we just work maybe with that agenda. So I think it usually ends around noon or 1, but if we can just be aware of it. I'm not asking for any special treatment, but just putting it out there so that we don't get in that sticky situation again.
Okay, thanks, Jackie. And since that's a virtual meeting, that hopefully will help. All right, sub task force report. You all met yesterday.
Yeah, we did meet yesterday, it's a 2-hour meeting, and we really had a good discussion. Both tribes, both Letitia and I gave an answer to a hypothetical that was posed during the first meeting or the previous meeting. And it was a question of what would the tribes want to use their water and how they put it to use in a perfect world. And so it allowed both of us to kind of give a full picture of future water needs and water uses for both tribes. And then linking into that next discussion was, what are the existing hurdles for the tribes in putting those uses in place and putting that development in place? And we talked about policy hurdles, technical hurdles, financial was a big one. I mean, that was, I'd say, a hurdle for every single water use and future development. Then you add on the other layers of technical and policy. And actually that conversation brought a lot more questions. So both Letitia and I have homework to go back to our teams and within the tribes and kind of round out the discussions that we had so that we can actually come up with some recommendations. But Letitia or Steve or Becky, if you want to add to that. I'll let Becky say something.
Letitia, you obviously can go first if necessary, but I think I believe it was a productive meeting. A lot of what came out of that, I feel we're maybe not state legislatively related, but maybe some federal assistance that might be needed and support from groups like this to work on some federal components and maybe they weren't legislative, but they were definitely touching on the issues that we're talking about in this task force with the aging infrastructure and recognizing that I think we all, as we sit here, need to realize that as we talk about grants and loans and opening opportunities for addressing the Colorado water issues, sometimes those are not available to the tribes in terms of funds to access. And so oftentimes there's a lot of complex hoop jumping that needs to happen to get funds to do some of the same things that we're trying to address in terms of drought resiliency and on the ground. And so the task force is looking at that and prioritizing, but also looking at where this group, where the CWCB board, where the IBCC, where everybody can be helpful in that and the ways that we do that. So I feel like that subcommittee is one of the more productive meetings that I attend in terms of all the meetings that we attend. And I do believe we're moving forward, and the list of projects is helpful.
You know, I guess the one thing I would add, yeah, I thought it was a good conversation, and one topic we did address quite a bit, something you hear about all the time, is clean drinking water.
Oh, yeah.
And they both brought good examples to the table of how it impacts their communities, and some of their needs, so that was very. Enjoyed that part of the conversation.
Yeah, no, nothing to. Thank you very much. And I got to listen in. I thought it was really helpful. The question about aging infrastructure certainly seems to be a theme with everybody's. All right, we are at time for a break, which is probably a big time for that. If you're looking for restrooms, go back out towards the way you came in and turn left on that hallway. Restrooms there, and let's be back at 1:20. chance to dig into the interstate tool. And I thought I would start this by reading from the state legislation, just as a reminder, the part that addresses interstate. Tasked the task force with developing programs that address drought in the Colorado River Basin and interstate commitments related to the Colorado River and its tributaries through the implementation of demand reduction projects and voluntary and compensated conservation of the waters of the Colorado River and its tributaries. So we spent quite a bit of time talking about intrastate tools. We certainly are not finished with that yet, but today we're shifting our focus to interstate, and then we'll have our remaining meetings to address both of those topics. As a reminder, there's a spreadsheet out there on the website and on the SharePoint that talks about both of those groups of tools. And interstate, we have items under curtailment, basin security, what the role of the state might be, quantification, stakeholder oversight committee for UCRC commissioner, looking at what other states are doing, and environmental considerations. So we will be looking at all of those. Before we get started, I did want to let you know we have Shannon Mullane here from the Colorado Sun, and she may be taking some snapshots around the room of task force in action. So she said to ignore her. If you see her, that is what she's doing. And welcome, Shannon, and thanks for paying attention to the Colorado River. And also as a reminder, we determined a couple meetings ago that if you would like to speak, just turn your name card on its side, and then we'll try and recognize you in the order that you put your name up. And we've got folks online, and Jordan and Siobhan are going to help watch for those hands going up there as well. So I'm just going to open the floor. As you recall, when we started talking about intrastate, people just put some ideas out on the table for discussion. So I would invite you to do the same with interstate. Open the floor.
I was hoping that we could have a discussion. We come back to the discussion we started at the beginning, I think, in one of our first meetings, which is discussing kind of the conditions preceding to our state implementing tools under for water conservation or interstate purposes, right? And so we had talked, I think several people from the committee, stakeholder committee had talked about what are the appropriate triggers for our state to implement water conservation measures to get water across the state. It's very different than doing it for purposes of intrastate resiliency or without security. And it was discussed, as I recall, at the first meeting, suggesting to the legislature that they look at it first from the perspective of the lower base needs to bring its use within their compact allotment in a permanent and enforceable manner, which is nice. This year they finally, I think, for the first time produced less water than they ever have in modern history out of the Hoover Dam. But that's only because it rained a whole lot down the lower basin and it was very wet summer. But there's that element of it bringing their use down, and then there's also the element of what triggers in the system, hydrological triggers will trigger our state's involvement. So if the lower basin brought its use down to a manageable level, which is a compact allotment, and we had decent hydrology, those reservoirs would ideally go back up towards being full, because it would no longer be an open valve at the bottom of the system. We wouldn't want to be implementing water conservation tools or programs in our state if the reservoirs were full or above some certain trigger level like that. But perhaps there is a level at which the risk to the upper basin becomes so palpable that implementing a
program like demand management or whatever you want to call it, some intentional water conservation program aimed at putting water across the state line would be acceptable or reasonable. And so from my perspective, those two triggers would be things that we would want to talk about and recommend to the legislators.
Comments, actions? Yes, B.
So I guess I will look at it more a little differently. From a legal perspective, why would we shepherd water out of state until there's a compact violation? Which in my mind would be a finding by the ECRC that the Colorado would want. This is, so I'll draw that as one line.
I would just say, I think, at least from our district's perspective, preventing the compact development is something that particularly Westlaw Ag should be very interested in doing, because the end result of a compact curtailment is not a good thing for our pre-compact senior rights.
So okay, that's fine. Let's define what a curtailment looks like and what it is. Okay.
Thank you, Ron.
Curtailment happens in violation of the compact. The compact is violated when the CRC has a finding that says it is.
Before the Supreme Court has held those.
Agreed.
And don't forget, let's just keep this up. And don't forget, it's not just that calling a compact violation. It is, there's going to be more than that. Remember, it's a look into cause, a look into all of that. And so we foresee that would be an extremely long process. Because, and you touched on this in terms of if there are real reductions, that are meaningful, we wouldn't be in the situation that we're calling a crisis right now. We all know that. We know that if there was, if releases were in line with what was going even into the reservoir, then we would not, the reservoir wouldn't be going down. And so the issue is making sure that the operations of the reservoir are in line with what's going in. And the uses aren't more than the system staying. And I think that's important to remember as we're looking at those triggers. Because I think it's really important, the biggest component, and I say this as often as we can, is that the biggest benefit of that compact is the equity component. And our number on the high end is 4.5 million per feet in the upper basin. And I know there are the legal arguments and the legal pieces that we have to be wary of, but if 7.5, and don't forget tributary arguments and those sorts of things, there's a lot here. And I think we need to remember that. And I would say be really interesting to see what numbers y'all are thinking. Because I would say there are release numbers from Powell and release numbers from me that would be critical. We don't have a consumptive use and losses report for the lower basin since 2005. So we don't actually know what's being used.
Why is that? I think why is it important since 2005?
What?
Yes. Just who writes the report is information.
Yes.
So, and I think just to specify more what Megan's talking about is tributary accounting of the lower basin, which the tributary numbers are an important part of the use in the lower basin, how we do accounting. She's correct, Reclamation has not done an updated tributary category report. We've been asking for it for 15 years now and haven't yet to get it. I think the point is, in my opinion, they basically have 1 million acre feet allotted to use on the tributaries, and they're using significantly more than that, 2 to 4 million acre feet depending on the area. So,
And,
Mike, and then Becky.
Well, we can finish this, I just want to bring that. No, go.
Go ahead.
Okay. I kind of want to put this discussion with context. Been asked, and you always use that as a statement, you don't want to previous, but I've been asking, why are we using so much water when we should be building up some credit in the area or Kevin, why aren't you stepping in and maybe put Taylor law rights now before it becomes an emergency? And I say a couple things, one, because I don't have that authority, and number 2, because we're aware of our allocation and people should be using their water, getting beneficial use out of it. But I think what I'm hearing you say, Andy, is what about a program that we call it a compensating program to do just that? Is what I say I don't have the authority to do. So I want to put that in context that, Steve on the other hand saying, we don't really have an obligation until we're under 75 million, and then reach the RC finds that we positive or somehow it's should have been positive. So we have those 2 different things, and I want to put that in context for the rest of the group. And maybe you can affirm, I think you did with an nod of the head, that's the tool to respond to the trigger, or maybe the tool to trigger the same thing. That we don't have to wait. We can kind of build the portfolio, build the 10-year number like that.
Well, I'm not suggesting that I think I'm suggesting the opposite, that there is, as part of a 5-point plan that was approved by the UCR, it's a continuing study on the implementation of the main. We have several other upper basin states that have publicly said they want the main program. I'm concerned that the pressure from the lower basin, the federal government, and other upper basin states will lead to the implementation of the upper basin management program. I think that this task force needs to recommend what the guidelines should be, should our state have to do that. And our state's involvement in that, and I understand your point, but I agree that the lower basin tributary use part of their overuse. There's a tremendous amount of overuse in the lower basin. It needs to be brought down within the compact allotment, both under the tributary use and the main stem use. But my thought, and I think it would actually address most of what I think I'm hearing from you, is, yeah, we'll do it when you're down for your compact allotment. But you know what that means? We won't do it because they aren't going to bring their water use down. And if they bring use down, Becky, I agree with you, under most hydrologic circumstances, that will take care of any need, because the reservoirs will be up at something above 50%, and you would say, well, now they don't need it, right? And I think we're in agreement on that. But part of what water planning is planning for the worst. And 10 years ago, an idea that we would have, or 15 years ago, an idea that we would have an 11.5 million foot river on a running average was inconceivable. And so if we dip to a 9 million foot river for a 10-year period, even if the lower basin is down below both tributary and main stem use, we still have a shortage. We still have the reservoir going through a crisis. So does our state actually design a program that can, at that point, protect our state's usage or not? And I'm not suggesting that we're the cause by any means. I would never forego that argument.
Nobody in this room matters.
Okay, I would never forego the argument. The idea, though, is if we end up in a Supreme Court battle, every one of us and our communities will suffer because of the uncertainty associated with it. And the speculation that I'm concerned about right now in our district on West Slope Ag will go through the roof. And we will find that our local producers cannot compete with the out-of-state money that's invested in our water. And that's what I'm concerned about. And if we don't act
proactively and have a program set up and have the state and local entities controlling it, we just won't end up in the place where Colorado wants to be. And that's what I'm worried about.
Mike and then Becky.
You know, actually, Annie covered my question, actually, so, but on the water speculation thing, though, is he's absolutely right, you know, Alex brought up the value of ag water. The reason we're sitting in this room right now is automatically made West Slope ag water more valuable. It's, you know, economics 101. And so, you know, Aurora water, Winter water, Arizona winter water, is valuable. Go ahead.
So I think one of the concerns that I've had is to not set new obligation commitments for us. And so Colorado's interstate obligations and commitments are defined by the 22 compact and then the 1948 Upper Colorado River Compact. Those are the sources of the interstate compact obligation on the Colorado River. And those are shared among the 4 upper division states. I think there are so many still unanswered questions. If we did something in Colorado, it still goes through another state, talking about that. And so, yes, there are additional agreements. All are subject to the compact. What we're hoping is that voluntary tools, like if we set these guidelines, to do it in a way that doesn't make them non-voluntary. And because we're about the voluntary, temporary, and compensated, and I think Mike is absolutely right. By sitting in this room, we do attract attention to the ag water component of it. And I believe that we have to distinguish between those interstate obligations and then the potential voluntary tools too. And I think setting some standards of we can't even think about this until uses are below whatever. And then there's this space between that and what we're using, whether it's the compact apportionment, or what half of the river is about. Like, I think there's a lot here, and there's so many legal components to it that I want us to be careful, because really smart people have been working on this for a long time. So I don't want to out of this, the task force in 6 months say this is the idea. There are many people that have been working on it that we want to make sure that are supportive of that idea.
We've got Alex and Kelsey's kind of putting some questions up there for the group to think about, like what does it mean if we want to be proactive? What does that mean? And voluntary, what does that mean? Alex.
I just want to, without weighing in on the substance of a particular tool, I do think it behooves the state and all of the water users to create tools before we need them. Yeah, we don't have to use them, but if we have them, we can then have more time to vet them. And our domain management conversation with the Colorado was, I think, a 2-year conversation. Right? With I can't remember exactly how long those subcommittees went on, but I do think waiting for action in the lower basin before we create potential tools is less than wise. Because tools are what we can need, and we don't want to create tools in this situation. We want to create a tool first, so then we know what we have. We can take time to vet them. We can take time to work out problems, and we don't ever actually have to use them, but they're there. My other thing is timing.
Thank you. We've got Aaron and Steve.
I agree with Alex and was gonna say something similar, that having the tools doesn't presuppose that we need to use them, but it does seem important to have them in case we need them. And I was curious to one of Becky's comments, if there's a concern that if we don't design, in your mind, if we don't design the tools or have these conversations, is there a concern that we would somehow bias our water users so that what starts out as voluntary is somehow seen as a new baseline? And I was trying to understand your comment about voluntary option, always what we were talking about. It's been the mantra. I think that Amy Moyers or Amy Bostic at some point joked about getting a tattoo on her forehead of voluntary temporary composting.
We've already designed it.
Okay, so
You haven't seen it, it's there.
is there, is there some concern, just trying to understand your comment, that if we start doing something in the wrong way or our tools are designed wrong, that there would then be an expectation that that becomes our new baseline?
I don't think we want to make a voluntary program end up being mandatory
Right.
in some way, and I think that is something that we want to be in control of our own destinies in Colorado and across the upper basin states, because the responsibility is top for upper basin states. The state are the ones that are, have to act on that, and so you don't want to create something that then is forced you must do. Because if it's voluntary, we don't know who will decide to participate, right? And I do agree with Andy in terms of we need to prepare for the worst. And the example of that is there was a 3% chance of the hydrology that we've seen the last 20 years occurring. When you ask, why would anybody agree to what we agreed to in this 07 guidelines? It's because there was a 3% chance that this would come to fruition. They were also designed to bleed out the upper basin. And the conversations that have been had are, you can't even do demand management. How can I ask our water users to cut back? Well, you have to cut back because that's the compact. And so my concern in doing anything that takes away from the teeth that is the compact. And so how we do things, how we say things, what we say about it, how we come together as a state, I want to make sure puts the exclamation point on both the upper basin compact and the 1922 compact. And first and foremost of equity.
Thank you. All right, here's the order I have, which I think is right. Steve, then Lee, then Randy, Kyle, and Andy.
First, I guess I don't think we should draw this line hard line at 75 million acres. That's the point, because I don't think it is. But this side of you bring up a bunch of speculation. A good point. I agree with you. It's hard to deal with. There's some previous task force that dealt with it and really had no answers to it. So understand and agree with you. I certainly don't have the answer to that. And Alex and Aaron, I fully agree with you that being proactive. I think that's important. I think the underlying question to that is, can this group come up with recommendations about when you might implement some sort of demand management reduction free compact violation? Can we come to agreement on what that looks like? So that to me is sort of the underlying question.
Lee?
Thanks. So I like to say, first of all, that my district is one of the more junior water rights in Colorado. Finding a creative solution that helps avoid curtailment for the product is high on my list. Absolutely believe we should. That's why I've spent years working on how do we get that done. Andy and I shared a law and policy task force and demand management work group, or whatever the title was. Try to battle around some of the different issues. As you can see, the fact that we're here having these discussions says there's no. I don't know that trying to set a framework in place right now at that place where we're in the midst of finding out what the post 2027 rules are going to be is really exercise that's going to be useful or successful. This is why I've advocated, I'm going to say it again, I get sick of hearing it, is if we can find solutions that work for Colorado, intrastate, that produce things that will be positive, that may have collateral benefit to the issues that we have to address in the interstate side is a good thing. I don't think trying to come up with some rules, tools, or whatever that we're going to set on the shelf until some undetermined future date is useful or positive. And so I think that we need to sit down and say, and this is, get back to it, we need to think about what are things that would help us within Colorado that will also help address those other issues. And that, and that's the way we approached. We ended up being forced to approach it in the Arkansas Basin. And so I would, I strongly discourage the idea that we should start drawing lines or recommending the legislature draw lines in the sands for things with programs we don't know how they're really going to work, and we don't know when we're going to use them.
All right, we've got Randy, Kyle, Andy, Alex, Mike, and Ben.
Thank you. Okay, well, I'll try to articulate my thoughts, and they're pretty jumbled, but I think the biggest thing that we can all agree upon is uncertainty. And so I think about, the 5 whys of a compact call, who's going to do it, when, why, get the other whys. But in my mind, I'm trying to understand what are those future scenarios or possible scenarios under which we may need to address a compact call. And my simple engineering mindset, I would like to see maybe some of your super duper remodelers at the state, come up with some scenarios of what could possibly happen, so that as a water user, I could understand the why and possibly at least approximate the when, and maybe provide some incentive to that, temporary, compensated and voluntary. But right now, I don't feel like I have an incentive, and I don't know how other water users feel, with so much uncertainty. So, I would like to just see maybe some scenarios played out, and I don't know that, not on the negotiating front, and whether that would weaken our position or not, but to me, more information always helps me make a better decision. Those are some of my thoughts.
Thanks. Kyle, and then Andy.
And Jackie has her hand up on
Thanks.
A lot's already been said since I raised my hand. I don't have any problems with putting stuff in place prior to meeting them, but I don't know that right now is the right time to be doing that. We have a couple of years here that are going to be critical in our future. And I think we have to be very thoughtful on anything we do, because it can be, the playbook could be used against us. And the other thing I'll just mention is part of all these voluntary, temporary, and compensated, all those words have been discussed a lot. The temporary part, to me, is a must, because I think it comes to speculation. It comes to a lot of the other things that have put pressure on our state, in that people view it as an opportunity. If we don't make it absolutely temporary, I think we're in trouble. And I'll just say lastly, if we are gonna do something, Lee said it, it has to benefit Colorado. And what I mean by that is if there's money right now and we're gonna do something, we're gonna reduce water. It shouldn't be just to reduce water, use of water. It should be because we want to make improvements. We want to take that money and leverage it to do things that are more durable, because in the end, taking money for not using water, it's it's gone. So I'll stop that.
Thanks, Sarah. All right, I've got Andy, Alex, Mike, Becky, Jackie, and Gerald.
As so there's been a lot said, but just going back to, I think that proactively planning, and having discussion when there's not a crisis is really important to figuring out how you actually do what I think this group is defined as what Colorado is, which is both all those. You know, don't make one area of the state or one water user sector the sacrificial land at a time where we're acting in crisis. And we're acting without the time to have the dialogue and thought. So just to clarify what I'm suggesting is that we have lots of other people in the basin, other states that are pushing for programs like Mainland. We saw that in the implementation of the System Conservation Pilot Project this year. We just saw the reauthorization limited as it is. Again, that is exactly a water banking program, but if we are paying our water users not to use water, I appreciate Commissioner Mitchell pushing this year to getting that to be aimed at developing tools that and that information that can be used if they ever need to develop a management program, rather than just giving one and done learning experiences. My concern is that what I'm asking for is ask the legislature if a program like that's going to exist, set out the criteria in a piece of legislation so that the Water Conservation Board and other water conservation districts can plan it and have it ready to be done. It's not going to happen overnight. This program that's done right is going to take years to develop. If we're really going to protect all of the interests in Colorado, figuring out that equitable implementation is really critical. If we wait till it's a crisis, it will not. It will damage large parts of our state. And so, how do we do that in a way that doesn't trigger other people to take advantage of this? If we actually set up a program or define what that is, I believe it can be defined in a way that will discourage speculation, because it will be temporary. It will have pricing. It will have the ability to make sure that the injury is discouraged throughout the state and participation. Those are really exactly the reason why we should move forward in getting something. And my concern is, and this comes directly from my board that represents the water users in our district, is that we don't think that a program like this should be implemented now, even if it is voluntary and temporary and compensated, because the lower basin has caused the prices in terms of their overtime. And so we're not asking that the program be set up and implemented. We're asking that it be thoughtfully discussed and the structure of it be defined, so that at such time, if it develops, if we need to, we can do it. My thought is getting a trigger. If there's some other way to do it without that trigger, I think we could talk through that. But making sure our state doesn't get pushed unintentionally into implementing a program that is not what our state wants and is not what our state looks like. It's not representative of our state's values. That's our
Slide aside and then larger comments. So the slide aside is, Steve suggested that the speculation task force did have no answers. And I would say we had a lot of answers, but we couldn't agree on. And that was part of it was because we were all online. And I think if we were in the room together, maybe we would have made more progress, but we had like 18 answers, we just didn't have consensus.
Thank you for that question.
So, you know, I take Lee and Kyle's cautions or sort of articulation of timing as very important, right? Because there is this process going on where the rules of the game are going to change, the operation of the reservoir is going to change after 2026. And so in terms of creating, no, it's budget again. So thankful. In terms of creating tools, it's a question of what tools for me are helpful for us to create now and what ones really do need to wait, because we need to wait for those negotiations to be done. It's not that long of a time. 2026 is going to be here before we know it. And depending on how those negotiations go, the entire sort of framework will be quite different and will really impact what tools we want and what are effective. But I do think thinking through tools sooner rather than later is a good idea. In terms of your suggestion, Andy, about the criteria of the demand management program in legislation, what makes me nervous about that is we spend out of a state numerous dozens of people spent years talking about demand management. And yes, it was a big process with a lot of people. There's a 400-page report out about that demand management process. And to put it in legislation at this point seems premature to me, because there was clearly areas of significant, I don't know if there's disagreement or if we didn't, sort of hone in on how do we get consensus on certain areas. But I think legislation on criteria for being a program right now feels premature. And it feels like then it's much harder to really tweak as a water user community to make sure that it works for all of the different basins for the state overall. So that would be my concern about your suggestion, your specific suggestion on that tool.
I've got Mike, Becky, Jack, Earl, and then Lee.
So actually, I'm gonna go back to Alex's previous question. And I wholeheartedly agree with that. And then there's probably some ag groups. I know there's some ag groups that probably think that, we come out of it with nothing done. In my personal opinion or whatever, I think that if we don't do something, someone's gonna do it for us. Specifically the ag. What I would like to see this group work a little harder on, it can be a paradigm that ag will take to this. And Jackie showed us at the last meeting that they're willing to play ball. The municipalities, Kyle and all those guys, those systems are set up to manage better than ag. They can pinpoint where the water is quicker, faster than agriculture can. So I think we can come up with a program. I'd like to see a program come up where everybody would be happy to be involved, whether it was a municipality, a city, or an ag group, all on the same page, all the same costs. And put forth to these other states that Colorado's came together, did this together, and we're not throwing them a bone. What we're doing is we're protecting ourselves. And to me, I think there's a way we can do this. We just need to step out of the paradigm.
What was the systems that were designed? The ones you're referring to, Becky and talking about? Just wanted to check it out. That they're designed to work better than the ones that I.
That was it for the last.
Yeah.
The industrial.
Okay, thank you.
So Mike, do you have a suggestion for something like you're
I do.
proposing?
I do. Would you like to hear it?
Sure.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
So, and I've been with a couple of you already about a little bit about this. you know, we have a lot of free water that's running around out there. And you know, I understand that, you know, if we pick up free, when this might get things, I think that. Yeah, there are a lot of other people in this room are very good. If we utilizing water, so if you look at, you look at Mesa Irrigation Technique, they've got 129 CFS. They normally use anywhere from 85 to 100. And we're getting more and more efficient as we go. The minute that water passes our head gate, if we don't pick up the whole 129 CFS, it is kicked down the free water right there. It's automatically back to free water. If we could put a name on that free water and store it someplace, would it be water? And a program like that would interest, in my mind, some of these municipalities and so forth. If you could put their name on these programs, find a place to store it, or compensate it for it or whatever, and then come compact time, say, all right, you participated in this program, you have water storage. Because my thought is, if we have a compact, the municipalities and industries are going to go off before ag, and that's one of the reasons we're sitting there. And so if they're saving their own water, and ag is saving their own water, and we can put a label on that, and why can't we do something? And then, you know, it's got a name on it when it goes across the border.
Thank you. All right, we have Becky, Jackie, Gerald, Lee, and Kevin.
I want to respond to that a little bit, but first I want to throw a wrench in the discussion. Because when we talk about voluntary, temporary, and compensated conservation water, one of the things that I think has been a uniform statement across the state of Colorado, but across the upper basin states, is that if you protect it in power, right? We struggle if it's not protected, if it doesn't do what it's intended to do, and it's for our protection, right? There is a tool that does that. That's the demand management storage agreement. That actually expires. And so there is a tool that's in place that defines how a program and would be run. That expires with these guidelines. And so an important component of that is it's protected in power. And so I think we have to recognize that we're working on something that we're going to have to discuss if there's a way to protect it post 2026. And I think if we're talking about the compensated part of voluntary, temporary, and compensated, I think it's important to recognize, again, the responsibility is of the 4 states. So if there is some sort of issue, compact call or whatever in the future, it's the responsibility of the 4 states. If you've been paid for it, I struggle with you're paid and then you also have a separate account that eases your pain later. I don't know how that works, but it eases the pain for the state, or it eases the pain for the upper basin states. If we were to be in that situation, I worry about the double credit situation. Yeah, there is something with that. Like if we're doing something for the security of the state, that that it's protected in power. That's the way it has to be protected. Those individual account things, I have heavy concern about how do you use public funds and then have individual accounts for further protection.
Jackie, you're on.
But I think Jackie's idea is something innovative too.
Hi. It's been great listening to your conversation. Again, just sorry I can't be there in person today. I just had a couple points as it as it happens, of course, some of the things were already said, so I can cross those off of my list. Mike, I would certainly love to hear more about your idea and how we can, program something sort of like what Lee was discussing at the last meeting, a water banking concept that allows for us to share water within our state during times of shortage, or even, times that we have a wetter year that we need additional water for sorry, I'm hearing myself now 3 times, which is just like being in a house of mirrors. But then when we need it, can we implement something like New Mexico has in its strategic water reserve, where we can, keep our water in Colorado, and if things went really south in the future, we were able to send more water down at the opportune times. It makes me incredibly nervous as a lifelong Westerner to put water in a reservoir in the middle of the desert and watch that water evaporate and not have that conversation be, not have an answer to that conversation that Becky is negotiating. Are they going to start accounting for evaporative losses, or do we just put water in a desert to evaporate? I really struggle with that because I'm a Coloradan and I think our water needs to be used here when we need it. And the simple fact that we've been using water, to the tune of 3.5 to 5.5 million acre feet as an upper basin, putting more water in Lake Powell says, I don't know how we do that without saying, we don't believe we need this water. And so the optics of that, coupled with the harsh reality of life in a desert, I just really struggle to get behind it. But I believe in creative solutions, and I like where Mike's head is at. And I thought that New Mexico was creative in their strategic water reserve. And so maybe there's something to banking water within our state if we felt that we really needed to do that in advance of, the fear that Andy shared of his with the Supreme Court and, something being done to us. So I think that is all on my list, but I will get back in line if I come up with something else. So thanks.
Hey, Jackie. All right, I've got Daryl, Lee, Kevin, Darius, and Mike.
Yes, I'm okay with developing some tools to have in the future. What concerns me is anything we do right now to decrease the use of water in these upper basin states. I think if we ended up with some federal court and they look at the fact that we haven't been using all our water, they're going to use that against us. They're going to say, you don't need that much. That's what concerns me. If we decrease our use up here, and I'm not against developing some tools to handle a situation if we get into that. I think there needs to be some serious side of it. You've got to own this water right for 15 years before you get put it in this program. You've got to, there's a difference between water that's been made absolute by an individual and those that have a contract used to do a reclamation. They're different than that water to me and how it should be handled. But I'm not against developing some tools. Do the city, but it's seriously concerned with that. We do not want to decrease our use in our water over the next few years because I think it will be used against it.
Thank you.
So I really appreciate that Steve Harris is here today because Steve and I sat on a water bank working group for several years.
10 years, the water.
Well, our group was only in for the first 5 years, and so it was. But I told Steve at the time, where we going, he said, you know, Steve, rather than trying to figure out all the parameters of how this can happen, build a water bank that works, and people will come and do what you ask, because you'll have something that works. One of the, you know, having gone through a couple of different runs of trying to make the water bank work and not being successful, coming to this task force and saying, I'd like to try another run at the water bank. It took a lot of gumption on my part. And I'm just gonna, you know, just say, but I believe that it's the right answer. What I, this is probably where Amy and I fundamentally disagree on what's being proposed is that I don't think we need a top-down solution from the legislature as to how we're going to do this. We need a bottom-up solution where we tell the legislature, we tell people, this is how we can make it. That's going to be the kind of proposal that's going to actually get legs, is actually going to be successful. And I believe if you look at the way you structured putting together a water bank under the statute that we have, what I'm suggesting for the change is that the loss that I got in trying to pass the 2001 legislation was it got limited to stored water and it became only so usable. But with the experience that we've had over the last 2 decades since that 01 and then ultimately 03 legislation got passed, we ought to be able to figure out how to put direct flow water into a water bank, and that's in it having regional water bank developed by the districts and brought forward is the way to be successful, and not by putting out some manifesto from the legislature about what can and can't be done. It's my position.
Evan.
Hey, I think it's been said that things build up as it gets around to the Union York turn. And so I'll start with the last on the water bank, and we thank you for that comment because, and by the way, that Google Doc is all queued up for you personally to start filling in blanks. So I'm looking forward to that. But it just brings up a good point. And it's not a rhetorical question, I hope it's a legitimate question. As we look at interstate efforts or tools, and I look at, for example, water sharing this, again, not rhetorical, what does water sharing, where does it fall short in serving some of these needs that we talked about? And it could be it falls short and that it doesn't allow shepherding. There's something in the list about benefit for use, contact compliance being a benefit for use, so I think it falls short there. That and the shepherding kind of go hand in hand. So I don't know if your name tag is going to go up, but I think that's a good question for us as we look at interstate tools. How far do the interstate tools take us already? And specifically water sharing. And then that leads me, Randy, to some of your good questions about the why, when, what, how, and I'll focus on the the how and the why. Those are good questions. That's that unknown out there in UCRC have come upcoming conditions and new guidelines that are all unknown. And so it leads to that when, that good question of when that you ask. And could we, I heard the words model it, to project that. And when we model, we do input, we need inputs. And usually inputs are like, well, here's the history, here's what we can project. But so many of those variables, those inputs, those variables are just so unknown. Like what the next set of guidelines will look like, what hydrology is going to do. And then this big unknown about what did we cause as upper basin states? Did we cause anything with everything that's going on in the system? So I guess that's my long way of saying I think it's difficult to identify what will happen and how and when that will come about. And that leads me to my last question. Sorry, I'm giving many points. My last question, again, I think that I'm hearing the tools that could be invoked before we get a direction from UCRC, be protective of Colorado. Or the tools that are not invoked until we give the direction to UCRC that we need, that the state engineer needs to take the film and action right now. And so I'm still getting a little lost. I hope that makes sense, a little lost. Whether, and you've got to see a more proactive direction on that. And I'll say I've used up my time. I really appreciate this. So here I go. I really appreciate your thoughts on efficiency savings or just the decision not to divert and how that product can be colored for other use. But there is a good fair injury discussion that I think it makes it so difficult every time we talk about water savings from efficiency or when you're not needing to pull them out. And coloring that for some compact compliance benefits, for example. If you haven't gone downstream, then you could probably do that with a treatment water right anyway. If you have someone downstream that's relying on that, if they get injured. So that's why we said we're causing some learning, but I think that's why it gets so difficult to color on water.
Yeah.
You know everything I just said. I just wanted to highlight that. I'm done.
Thank you. That Darius, my colleagues, Andy, and then I think we're gonna take a break and maybe. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're up.
I guess I've got a question. I've heard rumors that, I don't know, it's Lower Basin or Bureau Bragg or who wants to operate these upper Chris reservoirs. With the operation Powell need, I don't know if there's any truth to that. Probably Kevin or Becky, maybe you could answer that.
I would love to.
I'd love
So I think that if you look back at the comments that came in to the Bureau on their Federal Register notice, that there was asked for this to be looked at. And so I think we need to be thinking about that. And there is a view that that's part of the whole system. Now, there's some other reservoirs in the lower basin that should definitely be part of that. And the tributary component of that, but I think I was listening to Kathleen talk about that emergency action that took place, and that is of a concern. And so I would say that is not just a rumor.
Yes.
And it is something that we could prove an opportunity for us to stand together on, not just within Colorado, but across all upper basin states on our view of how those reservoirs are operated. Don't forget, we signed, there were agreements when those reservoirs were developed. There were agreements there, and I think that's an important piece to recognize that the Bureau, that no such thing as a free lunch, right? And the Bureau didn't build a project without stipulation. And each of those have a record of decision and criteria associated with them. Never did it say those reservoirs are to sustain the continued overuse in the lower basin. In no place was that the case. And so, yes, there is a look. Yes, there are people that are pushing for that to be a part of the equation. What exactly that means is uncertain at this point, and so I think maybe not freak out until we know what it means. But that also being said, the secretary is the water master in the lower basin. We have done a good job up here of responding to hydrology. We do take cuts. We take a 1 million acre foot cut. We do have, we do use less when less is available. And so my concern with those upper basin reservoirs is the scope creep of federal authority and setting standards that would be long-term. And so that is something we better, as Colorado,
all be ready to stand together for. Because that's what, if one reservoir says, okay, we're willing to make a deal, I think it puts us in a bad spot. And so we need to stand together and say, that's not what these are for. Sustaining the use that we're seeing in the lower basin now is not what those are.
I guess it's just, you know, if we did go into demand management or something, topography, we could put some water. We would sure hell rather put it in the hospital unit, rather than send it all there, but like big power, it's just like what Jackie said, it's all gonna evaporate. Better off to leave it at high elevation storage.
Good point. Mike, you so,
I'm good.
you're good, all right, Alex, Andy, Randy, we'll go ahead and take you, and then I'm gonna ask Kelsey to kind of reflect on her colorful notes there.
We need a break, we need a.
Yes, and discussion, and then we'll see if we can try and get some proposals out on the table. Interesting ideas, we've got lots of cautions out there, so I think that's really helpful. I think gotta be careful as we're doing this, but let's see if we can move forward with some proposals. So Alex, Andy, and then Randy. And then Kelsey.
So part of this is not gonna be a proposal, it's gonna be just to highlight a change that when Kevin addressed or stated and Kathleen alluded to. And that is going to come up, and I'm not sure I totally understand the water like you said, which is, this is not meant to judge, oppose, or side with any particular proposal. But it strikes me that there is a tension going on in the conversation around the prior appropriation doctrine and these tools of more flexibility and protecting certain rights and sharing certain rights. And that we need to at least acknowledge regularly. You know, the Representative Curry said she wanted two things. That if there's a shortage, everyone shares in the shortage, and that the prior appropriation doctrine should apply. The prior appropriation doctrine says not everyone shares in the shortage, right? So the juniors take the shortage, and the seniors don't. But some of the tools that we're talking about hit that piece directly, which is there are juniors on the system who benefit by seniors' water rights not being used and being removed lost. That is a system that we set up because the water rights is a use of property rights. It is not an in-fee property rights. It does not equate to owning your property, to owning a piece of land. It is the right to use water for a specific beneficial use. And what we're talking about are tools that would allow the person who has a right to use it for one use to share it for another use. Perhaps to the detriment of the junior user on the system. So just something to keep in mind if we are going to accord the integrity of our current system. Or we're going to tweak it in ways that will impact other water users. So I just think that's really important to keep in mind. Second, I want to second Jackie's suggestion of looking closely at the New Mexico Water Reserve statute as an ability to give the state a tool that will help support Colorado users in a manner that serves the states. And I think that tool could be super beneficial. So I think that we should look closely at that. Thank you.
Andy.
I just want to respond to Kevin, Alex, and little things. I think Kevin, the water sharing concepts are good. When you start talking about water sharing, to get water across the border is where everything goes. And I agree with Gerald. We want to use our water. We want to establish the consumptive use because that's economic activity within our state. That's how the rivers within our state. That's the values that we have. And I think it's critical. I mean, Kevin, at least in my very simple mind, Steve's, suggested that hey, we don't need to do any of this
until we have a team that have violated the compact, and this compact violation. Maybe some argument that the UCRC actually has a proactive obligation to prevent it, not wait till it's happened, but nonetheless, it's the UCRC determination in a perfect world that would, if it ever has to happen, that would happen. At that point, they're talking to you or your successor, and they're saying you need to produce water at your state line. We, I hope, all understand that that's the case. That's involuntary. That's hopefully done on the back of the private appropriation system. That's how your office follows the Constitution. Doesn't mean that our senior ag rights on the West Slope are going to be exempt from damage. And that's where I play that scenario out, and that the cities are going to need augmentation water in that scenario. And when I say cities, I don't just mean the Front Range. I mean our West Slope cities that have rights in the county, and they're going to look for water from all of those ranchers and farmers who are sitting around this table and whom we all represent that have pretty compact water, and it's going to cause great turmoil. How do we try as people charged with the responsibility of planning to avoid? That's where the voluntary temporary compensated programs originated. Alex, the New Mexico State program for the state and acquired water rights isn't a whole lot different in my mind than demand management. It's having the state government charged with the ability to acquire water. It's all voluntary. That would seem to be okay, except that it's focused and it doesn't follow sideboards that we talked about during demand management, which is that proportion, that it's from every sector, that it's proportionate geographically, that it's designed not to cause proportionate harm. I mean, if you look at the statute that we were created by, a number of those criteria show up, what the legislature asked us to look at. That type of program has to be designed really carefully to prevent a state government that say, and I'm just going to say it from the West Slope perspective, happens to be controlled by the 85% of the voter population over on the Front Range. And I'm not saying the state employees don't care about the West Slope. They do. They do a damn good job of caring and working for all of us. But when you first come to shove on a program like that, acquiring water rights over in Colorado River Basin and its tributaries for the benefit of the state brings to those of us who are established to protect West Slope water. It says acquiring our water to protect the cities. And that isn't an end that is beneficial to the entire state. And so how do we, if we're going to talk about a program like one in New Mexico, how do we make sure that it carries forward again these Colorado values that were identified in the demand management discussions? And right now, Alex, yeah, there's a whole lot of work done on that. I think that's work we have to build on in establishing those criteria. That there were a whole lot of things that were identified, and I think there is resounding on many of those principles. But if we let that just happen in a crisis, or even the often suggest that interstate or that the strategic water reserves be set up, it has to be set up thoughtfully in a way with respect to the institutions so that it's set up to protect the various areas of the state and the water district. I'll say what I mean by that. The strategic water reserve in the state of Colorado that is set up, if they're going to acquire water rights in the southwestern district, I would like that program, just like it is in the Republican in the Rio Grande, to be run by his district with state money and approved in conjunction with the CWC. Or like the same thing to happen in mines, so that we can make sure our water users and our communities are being protected. And when you look at what I heard and I saw over and over again, management studies at the state level, our own work in demand management, and even this recent study that came out from that was in the news, University of Wyoming, local regional control is what our water users, specifically our ag users, are asking for. That's what they want in any of these types of programs. So how do we set up a program, and this is when you statute that determines the relative roles of these different districts and do it in a way that makes sense. And that's what you're asking to give them that district. So it's not, from our perspective, it can't just be the state.
Yeah, Kevin, I appreciate you recognizing my comments, and I would just like to follow up on that by saying, I don't think we should not do modeling or scenario planning just because there's too many variables and it might be too difficult. I would say that the water plan had the same challenge in that they looked at, a variety of scenarios, growth scenarios, climate scenarios, economic indicators, and they still came up with kind of a broad range of possible scenarios to base the water plan on. And I would think that we could do something similar for compact administration, looking at, various potential operating rules, hydrology, etc. It might be difficult, might take a lot of time and effort to run those various permutations and scenarios, but I think it would be helpful to understand the whys, and so we all can develop a plan together. Right now, I don't think, again, we have the incentive. I think right now everyone's feels like we're at a stalemate because we're just saying, well, we're not going to do it until the lower basin steps up. So I just feel like I need something that would help guide that future planning.
Then you should look at the studies that we done out of West Slope Brown Tables, the river district, the Southwest. We did a whole bunch of that. It's all.
And I think those are out there on the website.
They are on the website.
All right, Steve, I don't want to leave your card as the last one up.
I'll be real fairly brief. Darius, you asked a question about river basin reservoirs, and Becky provided an answer. I want to put a little more detail on Becky's answer, and she can tell me whether she agrees or not. When we talk about water, use of water in the upper basin and some of the upper reservoirs, I think it's discussed federally at two different levels. One is looking at the actual water, moving it downstream to protect power in the federal facilities. So that's one that we get. There's also proposals in some of the algorithms to use that are used to operate the system to include the volume of water in those upstream reservoirs in those algorithms. It's not done now. Lower basin folks would like to, so it puts up water stored in the upper basin and it changes those algorithms. So I think there's sort of two conversations around upper basin storage. And that you semi-agree with that? Okay. Just wanted to clarify that piece.
I do think federal law actually addresses that in section 6 of the. So it talks about those storage vessels. They were some to use but they are included in that.
They currently are not.
Not, no, right, they're not considered that in the current operating, it should.
You're right.
I mean, that's the problem.
Yes. And just to respond to your comment about avoiding compact, whatever it is. Yeah, I agree. You have to, the compact says we cannot violate compact. So matter state. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thanks. And we do have a clarification from Kathleen Curry, which I think is important to bring up. That's what she meant by shared shortage. Was that no region of the state should get a pass, and if the appropriation system is used, then the shortage will not be selected regionally, it will be based on priority. So it's to add a little nuance to that discussion. Thanks, Kathleen. All right, Kelsey, put your arms around all of this for us.
That's fine.
That's a good question.
Okay, so some of the theme questions that kind of came out of that, I was trying to look for points of agreement, points of, this needs to be investigated further, but also what are we trying to get at in this conversation? Some of the things, the big themes that came out of there was, what does it mean to protect Colorado? And parsing apart that question, who needs to be part of that conversation? There's some evidence that we don't have the people at this table necessarily to really dive into some parts of that. But the question being, how do we start the process of being proactive? What does being proactive mean, and what is accomplishable within this group? So let's see what else. a lot of details on like how to do that and concerns around that, which, you know, I think we've heard some of them before on the conversation. I tried to capture all of them, but related to timing, the heat of the compact, avoiding acting in crisis. So what is possible now that can avoid crisis in the future, but then with all the caveats of what is coming pre-post 2026. And then it always seems to come back to how to make it benefit Colorado. And what does it mean to be proactive? Who needs to be part of that conversation? And it seems like I'm hearing some agreement around, there's agreement around being proactive, but defining that proactivity is where y'all seem to get stuck in moving the conversation forward. And so clarifying, you know, how specific are we talking about when, you know, when Andy talks about bringing something to the legislature, how specific does that need to be? How open does that need to be? How talking about roles, what can be put out there? And then also being cautious about putting too much out there so that it creates both expectations within the state about what should and who should act, and then expectations outside of the state, and being cautious about what that sets up for Colorado for the future, knowing that operations for our lakes following will change in 2026.
Wow, good job.
Examining barriers. So there's that conversation of examining the barriers for things that either already exist or have been proposed. That came up a lot in the last meeting as well. And I think you all have a lot of agreement that that serves a very specific purpose that might be beneficial in what is recommended to the legislature, that actually digging into those things. We got so much else. But to try to wrap that up, in terms of agreements, creating tools, or what is possible to create now that doesn't make people feel uncomfortable, but also moves the conversation forward. Again, that's
There you go. Thanks, Kelsey.
But I will take pictures of these and put them at the end of the notes, like I did for the last one.
Yeah, that's very helpful. And I would just note that they're on the tools that you all have provided earlier. There are tools, and there's some process questions in there as well. There does feel like there's a lot of hesitancy to say, we'll send this water out of state without knowing how that might look. One of the process pieces that was noted in here is how some of the other upper basin states interact with their UCRC commissioner. So that may be something that you all want to tackle, and maybe that gets at how do we address things as they come up, rather than saying upfront, here's what we'll do. So a suggestion that might be a conversation for when we come back from break. And anybody have any other last words, and we'll take about a 10-minute break. Come back and try to throw out some proposals on the table that we can start working on.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, go Jackie.
Thanks. Sorry, man, that's so weird. Before we talk about how other commissioners interact, or how other states with, their water users interact with their commissioners, I guess I would like a better understanding as to why our system is not currently working. I'm wearing my industrial hat here, but I can't deny that I have the experience of sitting on the CWCB board. And I'm just curious what is not working with the structure that we have in our state now, and what the disappointments are with the current structure that we are fixing before we have that conversation. I just don't quite understand them. So I would like to better understand that before we have a how do we solve this conversation. I want to know what we're solving for.
Jackie, and you talk about your new role, how it's changed since being pulled out of
CWCB and how you see it as working with the, when we come back from break, so you don't have to switch.
I love to talk about what I'm doing wrong, that everybody feels that it needs to be more open.
No, that wasn't the question. It's like, how is your role switch? Is there anything that this task force sees that could help with that? Okay, 10-minute break, be back a little before 3 o'clock, and that will be how everything's done.
have about 52 minutes left to us this afternoon. Leave about 10 minutes at the end to set our next agenda and to do our usual roundtable. So that gives us 40 minutes to get our arms around some more of this interstate discussion. Before we do that, we have an intrastate offer from Aaron Citron here from Ignacio to Durango.
I know a bunch of us, I think, are on a flight back to Denver at 6:02 or something. I have a huge rental car, so if anybody needs a ride, I'd be happy. I've got at least one or two in there, but if anybody needs a ride, I'm happy to take you to the airport. Yes. I know.
He's embarrassed of his extremely large car.
I want to show it up. Thank you, Kyle, but if anybody else wants it, we'll. I'm happy to.
I would have thought your TNC credit card would not have worked on that giant.
Well, thank you. What's the one for Kyle on that thing? I think I'm gonna go to the gas station all the way there. I tried to get a small car and they gave me the sperm. I won't know anything to do.
Yeah.
So let me know and I'm happy to drop you.
I'm carless, but I need to go to downtown Durango if anyone's going through there. Thank you.
All right. Any other carpool?
I'll be driving back to Denver right after this. Please. You're crazy.
Yeah.
Anybody wants to drive instead of fly? All right. What I would love to do right now is to ask Commissioner Mitchell to talk a little bit about how we might best support her in her role as the UCRC Commissioner for the state of Colorado. We've talked a lot since our very first meeting about speaking with one voice, about the importance of Colorado standing together, about Colorado first, about doing no harm. And so I think all of those things tie into how do we fulfill our requirement from the legislature under Senate Bill 295 to address interstate issues while doing no harm, and how can we best support our UCRC commissioner? So Becky, why don't you talk a little bit about how your position has moved from CWCB to its own thing, how you do interact with the water users in the state.
Perfect. I appreciate that. And it's always difficult to talk about your own oversight, right? Even when this bill was being proposed that talked about creating a separate role that was full-time for Colorado's commissioner. I hesitated talking on it because it's awkward, right? Like, but being transparent about that, I think it's important. It's an important time that this happens. We all know how meaningful the Colorado River is to all of Colorado and the 40 million people that rely on it. So that timing of this role is appropriate. I've always had to answer to the DNR director, the governor, the CWCB board. That has directors that represent all the basins across the state. I think it's important to recognize also Utah, the Utah Colorado River Authority was modeled after the CWCB board. And so there's a direct link still to that CWCB. You might have also heard I went on vacation and got yet another appointment as the IBCC director. And I think that's also good timing as we talk about where we are in the state right now and what that broad stakeholder group could be focusing on. That also provides for a balanced, diverse, important forum, think tank, a kind of place to get advice, to get input. It's a useful model. It also connects me closer to the basin roundtables, which I have been trying to get to every single basin roundtable, whether you're in the Colorado River Basin or not. But along with that, more direct communication with the boards that are across the state. So yesterday, as an example, went from the tribal subcommittee to the Southwestern board I was at the Rio Grande Basin Roundtable on Tuesday, I think it was. I was up with Drought County Commissioners on Monday, and still trying to do work in the midst of all of this. Tomorrow I don't even know what tomorrow brings, but here we are today, right? So I think figuring out how we can be connected. We've also tried to up our face publicly in terms of how to reach out to the commissioner, making sure that there's direct lines of communication through our Commissioner's Corner website. I've always, even before having this role as a full-time role, said I will be anywhere asked. And that still is the case. I'm now pushing people to invite me a little bit. It's awkward sometimes, but we do it. And so I think all of those things are ways to work with the water users across the state. But more importantly, there's the one that isn't just the water user, but the tribal, our tribal partners and the tribal sovereigns. And so that's important also. So if there is something that's not working, if we need to be communicating even more, I would love to be better. But I do think we have some structures that are already in place that we can use and work that way. I also want to be really transparent. And I thought about not saying this, but I think I'm going to. We're in the midst of a negotiation. And what is talked about in public forums as part of a negotiation strategy erodes at our strategy. And so I want us all to remember to be careful about that and recognize, yes, we're all invested in this, but I need advice, I need input, I need help. And I want to be helpful at the same time. And so thinking about what is the best way to do that, I think should be our goal, and how we can all not just support me, but support each other.
So from listening into this discussion this morning and seeing the tool, are there recommendations that you see this task force making that would be helpful in our interstate commitments?
I mean, I went through the spreadsheet, and I think some of those, I think there are pieces that I think there's continues to be devils in the details, right? We're struggling. We just had a 2-hour conversation. And I think everything on here could be helpful in some way if used in a way that does no harm, right? And I thought about even as we talk about some of the demand management stuff, it can be used as a tool, but we also, do we want to give something before there are commitments made? We need to talk about all of those things as a state and determine that. I think every single person in here should focus on how can we tell our story that is our own for our individual areas, and make sure that folks know what we deal with up here. We have started and tried as the state to explain the difference between 4.5 million acre feet and 3.5 billion acre feet, and what that reduction does, what that means to Colorado water users, what that means to ag, what that means agriculture, what that means to the tribes, what that means on the ground, what that shortage looks like, the fact that it's in the majority of time not compensated while others are being compensated. There's studies that show that there's 400,000 acre feet of undeveloped tribal water that is on an annual basis. So things like that, those are the messaging components that we need to be carrying as a state. And I think the structures that we set up, I hope, is so that we can be singing with one voice that is protective of all Coloradans. That's all I have. Thank you. Thank you.
comments or questions for?
Oh, and that 400,000 across the other base, and not just.
All right, Steve. and then-
So Becky, maybe turning what you just said back to you a little bit. How best usually you can receive information input from Colorado water users in a format that isn't public. So you don't show your hands or basin for the negotiations, but can receive valuable useful input. How does that work? I'm just curious.
Well, you asked that question of it, not public. I mean, a lot of us are sitting here because we work for public entities, so we have a requirement of how we meet,
That's
right?
one of the questions.
And so one of the things that we try to do is strengthen individual relationships at the same time. I think that's helpful for me. And we've tried to start to do that with the road show. That is, my life. And so I think that's at least a start. I think that probably needs to be expanded beyond even the individuals that we have direct relationship with now. This process has made me realize we probably need some constant and communication with folks like Rocky Mountain Farmers Union and Colorado Cattlemen's and make sure that we are on their schedule all the time. And beyond just the water boards across the state, things like that. So what we're trying to do is get to the boards. If there are other ideas.
Well, and I'll just comment, I appreciate the roadshow because I've been able to meet with you 3 times in the last month. That's great, but I'm one person or one entity. How do you get them from all the use of water in the state? I don't know where they're coming in.
I don't want to cut at anybody's ego, but I want to let you know, a lot of your ideas are the same. And a lot of you all are incredibly innovative and intelligent and touch on very similar things. And so we've met 3 times, Steve, but 3 times I probably gained something different. And so I think, I mean, I have to continue that. That's the option that I have at this point. I'm willing to do things such as webinars. I think the CWCB board meeting provides an amazing opportunity. I think there's an ability to use that existing forum. There is the IBCC, and my intention is to reach out to each one of those individual IBCC members and talk about what are the kind of ways that you think you can be helpful? What do you think we should be doing? And maybe use that a little more robustly, but the intention has and will continue to be that Colorado River is going to be on every CWCB board. This occurred, my transition occurred in July. I've been at the board meetings, maybe not both days since the transition, but I have been at those board meetings. The intention is to still be at those board meetings and still have input and advice received there, but also there are agenda items there that provide opportunity. There also is the ability to have input that's online. Also the ability to have direct discussions. I have embarrassingly a few times given out my phone number in public meetings. And I think Andy might remember it was that first one that I did. It was so embarrassing. But it happens. And what I have seen from water users is we've had larger groups of discussion. And folks feel more comfortable sometimes with the individual or smaller group discussion. I've seemed to get more when they're more intimate groups or even individuals. So that's my thought. But if I need to do more, I will obviously I'm open Saturdays and Sundays, those are generally free days, so we can do that too. This is important, at least. Through 2026. I mean, this is the 7-day-a-week thing. While we're in this critical time. And I can't understate enough that this is our chance to do better for ourselves. But also, like, doing better means we all know that first and foremost, it's a reduction in uses. And there was a conversation, I can't remember exactly, who said it, that the uses from need have gone down, but it was in part because of external sources coming in. And I think that's important to remember. We need real reductions, and the only way we're going to get that is if we stand together as we ask for it and demand. Because if we want certainty and security in the Colorado River Basin, that is the way to get it. First and foremost, it does not mean that we don't do things. It doesn't mean that we don't suffer when we have a year where only 3.5 million acre feet can be used in the upper basin. Does not mean those things. It doesn't mean that we don't still do creative things within the state of Colorado. It doesn't, and we have it. The thing that is incredibly important to remember is that we haven't stopped. I heard about the innovation through everybody said, not only are we feeling like we're not the cause, but we've not stopped. I went down to Arizona, they didn't know what silphium was. But that doesn't stop us. That doesn't stop us. We haven't stopped. And I don't want us to hurt ourselves by saying we're not doing enough. I think we are doing enough. We can still do more, but for our own security.
Those are the key words, for our own.
Randy, did you have your? No, I forgot. Oh, I hand down. That means you are before, don't it?
Thinking observation. Thank you. Sure, that was wonderful to add to the conversation because it is an important perspective. I'm just wondering for the other commissioners, given that input and given the fact that we are in the middle of a negotiation and that is a fact, and that what I hear a lot of agreement on, sorry, I'm trying to be loud enough for everybody online. What I hear a lot of agreement on is that we've heard this from day one, we want to do no harm and we want to protect Colorado. It's something way to say it, Coloradoans. With that, we have a lot of ideas on the interstate. We've heard some ideas today. Given those, are there ideas that we feel we can build on today and make a step forward? Are there things that we feel like we can comfortably discuss? And Mike offered an idea earlier. We were talking about water banking. There was some excitement or interest around that. That's just a thought from the outside. But are there things on our list that we feel like we can fully move forward? And I put that to the group for your thoughts.
Aaron. I'll highlight something I put on the spreadsheet. It seems with everything we've talked about today, I'm not sure how it fits into the conversation. I put in here something that we've been talking about for years, which is clarifying authority to, if and when appropriate, to shepherd water to and across the state line. I know that we've discussed today all of the questions and the concerns that would be necessary to address prior to that, but I continue to think that is a an element of this program, a tool that it would be useful for the state to have. And as one of the environmental representatives, I like to see that decisions made for that shepherding. If we can benefit streams along the way, not as the primary purpose. We talked a lot about this in the past, but as a secondary benefit, we'd love to see that as a consideration being made by our state district engineer. And that is potentially something that can be used as part of, there are a lot of different structures. We talked about water banking. If we're going to be delivering water throughout the state, could we time delivery in a way that benefits streams as part of an overarching program? And again, I'm not trying to jump past all of the important conversational elements we've had today. I know that the components matter, the details matter, the oversight matters, but it's something we've had conversations about for years. I know even Commissioner Mitchell, I think, mentioned it as a tool that we're lacking when she spoke to the interim committee. So I wanted to put it on the table and accept any clarification or criticism from our state engineer or others, recognizing that there's a lot of other elements in the way of this.
And Kevin, you have a clarification, and then Jackie, and then Steve.
Well, and I think it's a great question and comment. And see whether you all agree with me. The commission engineer has shepherding authority right now.
Yes.
And I know you don't, and that's good. They can shepherd the color of water for its intended beneficial use. So that would be the question that goes hand in hand with this type of beneficial use called contact compliance. If that's there, then it takes care of itself. I made that sound more simple.
I was intentionally avoiding that element because I know we've been dancing around that important piece,
Right.
but I do recognize that distinction.
But then that raises the next difficult question: does the General Assembly have the authority to create that as a beneficial use, or does it appear to be a speculative? That's not my personal opinion, but that's a good legal question. Is that a speculative use?
Go ahead. Jackie, and then Steve.
Steve, please.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. I like the idea of, delivering in the streams and rivers when it's needed. I guess it would be helpful, and I did not get a chance to explore Orla's tools in great detail yet. So if this is in there, just say that and we can move on. But I guess it would be really helpful to know from the NGOs, like what your priority reaches are, so that we can, we being the water users in the state, not we being the task force, can put our energy towards those segments. I know that in the basin that I work in most frequently, in the Yampa, we have recognized the, critical reach, and we've put a ton of energy into ensuring that it has water when we can. And we've had to be pretty darn creative about that, as, you've heard a little bit during this task force. But I think that's a great, example of solving things at a local level. I would just like to know, where are we missing this and what can we do better? Because I think if you give us a goal, us again, not being this task force, we can achieve it. We've shown that in a number of different segments across Colorado. So we speak in these really broad terms, especially when it comes to, the subject of putting water in the river to get it across state lines. We're not really clear on what that means. Do environmental groups want more water just generally in the streams on its way to Lake Powell during the late summer? I mean, I don't know. And so I'd like to have a better understanding of what the actual goals are when we talk about our natural, resources and and putting energy into solutions when it comes, in the environmental area particularly. That's all.
I've got Steve, Andy, Aaron, and Orla.
You haven't answered my question.
Okay. Andy, you're on there.
Well, I actually would think it would be helpful if Orla, and just to keep it on track on the same subject, Orla and Aaron would answer Jackie's question, because I think that's a good question. And just to add on to Jackie's question, because I would love to understand better from Aaron and Orla. There are lots of tools right now to shepherd water within the state, including donations to in-stream flows and reservoir deliveries for beneficial purposes that our district, in conjunction with a lot of other groups, do all the time. So I'm really, if we're taking the interstate component out of that, what is it on the intrastate? I mean, because is this an interstate question, and what does that look like? Because I think the real concern for our district comes about at the compact compliance as a beneficial use discussion, and I think Steve's got a similar concern. So what is it that you're looking for? And I don't need to say.
Can I clarify what I was putting forward?
Sure.
And I think I'll let Orla, unless she wants me to answer the specific reaches question. This is a really good question. It's not just all the water everywhere. I tried to and failed to kind of segment out the interstate shepherding element from the purpose for which the water is shepherded. I know those can't actually be shepherded, but it is an element that I think is worth considering. My point of raising the co-benefits piece is that if we as a task force decide that we wanted to pursue something clarifying shepherding, we would like to see decisions about that administration be made. If all other elements are equal, yes, it'd be great to release water to meet certain identified flow needs, whether it's needs identified in a recovery program, for example, or water short in-stream flows. So I was adding it on because some of you talked about this before. I think that if we are going to clarify authority for proactive shepherding, I would love for there to be a consideration for benefits to streams along the way. But that is, again, secondary to whether we wanted to deal with the shepherding question. And I very clearly recognize it's difficult, if not impossible, to separate that from the beneficial use for which it's shepherded. I'm putting it out there, again, knowing that all these questions will be raised. And I can keep talking, or I'll pass it to Orla, because there is some good information in what she sent around on some more specific needs. It's not just put the water over here and over here, try to identify some clearer flow needs in different programs.
Orla.
Thanks very much. Yeah, Jackie, I know there's a ton of information coming your way in addition to everything else you have to do. And I think we're all doing our best to read and digest everything. I think the biggest body of work around this was really done by the domain management work group. But what I did provide in the materials I shared last time was really a deep dive on in-stream flows, in-stream flow water rights, where we think there are very specific benefits, and those are very, so if the in-stream flow requirements are not being met in those very particular locations. So we have those locations, we have a time of year that it's not being met, and then we have a specific amount of water that's identified in those particular places. So that's just a deep dive into one sort of set of environmental considerations, which would be the in-stream flow. But we think there could be significant benefits if those amounts of water were able to be added to what's currently getting to this.
So can I follow up? Sorry. and thanks. And I'm familiar with the work done in demand management. I guess what I'm trying to understand is, from a task force perspective, what is it that you like? What is the outcome from this task force that supports that giant volume of information? Like, what would you like to see come out of this discussion on environmental flows from that is tied back to our goals of the task force? Is it
Yeah.
particular reaches? Is it, a specific set of values? I'm just trying to understand how each member of this task force leaves here feeling like they were heard and that they represented their seat, to the best of the abilities for the best outcome of Colorado.
Yeah, and I think as we look at drought resiliency and interstate commitments, and we're moving water around the state, and we've talked a lot about how it would be multi-benefit, there we see opportunities to really benefit the environment and benefit Colorado in these ways. And so what I see is when we talk about more flexible water management, we want to get water out of reservoirs. We want to benefit, other users on the system. Can we move that water in a way that also benefits the environment? So if we're sending water somewhere, let's think about how we're sending it, when we're sending it, and how much we're sending in what location. And there's a lot of complexity there, but I think the analysis that we did on those in-stream flow rights was a way to show that we can actually be very targeted and very specific about how we can benefit the environment in those places. So I think for me, it goes to our overall resiliency and the benefit to the state as a whole. And we've heard a lot of public comment about how much we value our healthy rivers and our recreation and all the other things that we love to see and do in Colorado. And I think as we look at tools, I think there's two elements to it. So it would be a benefit to other things that are happening. So let's make sure we capitalize on that. And then are there other potential in-stream flow tools that we need to build on? But I think the analysis helps with both of those conversations. So.
Yeah, I agree, and a lot of it is, we've been talking a lot about whether we should be proactive. I think I was jumping to if we as a state decide that we want to be proactive, and that means that we would be releasing water based on our choices from a reservoir, that it would be, could we say as a criteria that it, again, putting aside whether it might be additional losses, the purpose of this program would be addressing interstate obligations, and then we had trouble finding that. Could we release that water in late summer instead of in the winter when the call is off, because there would be an uplift to rivers? That's the point I'm trying to make, but it jumps past everything we talked about this morning, whether we should. So if we decide it's a good idea and we have an option to release water from storage at a time that benefits rivers or a time that it's neutral, we would love for that to be a criteria considered in the administration. That's what I'd be asking for.
This is all so easy. Yeah, I think this whole discussion on what do we do with interstate is a tough one. We keep coming back to the do no harm. On my notes, I have three things that have come up as maybe making our possible short list. And one is Mike's proposal that I loved how you said it, to name the free water, name and store it, to figure out how to get our arms around that. Second one being, how do we support and engage with our UCRC commissioner? One of the things, Becky, you suggested was telling our story about what shortages look like for Colorado. Maybe that's something that the task force would want to tackle. Demanding reductions from the lower basin. Is there a way that the task force can be a strong voice in that as you go forward? That those were a couple of things that came up in that discussion. And then this last one, if we do figure out a way to shepherd water and want to do that, then to include those co-benefits for stream health in that. Are you all okay if we put those on our draft short list that is out there on Google Docs for people that's adding need to and thinking about that? That's question one. And the second question, are there other things that you want to put on that list for now, knowing that we'll have more opportunity for that? Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. You guys are quiet. What's going on in that room? There's no way I can talk twice in a row. little post-lunch naps happening. I thank you, Kathy, for the synopsis. I guess what I hope that we can do as a task force is categorize this in a way that shows the benefits that we're talking about. When you repeat them, they kind of seem like these low-hanging pieces of fruit that we're grabbing at, but I really don't see it that way. I mean, I think, when Lee talked about basin by basin solutions, I really like that. We've talked about it in the past. I'm sure each individual basin that's represented here in whatever capacity can look back and think of times when they've tried to resolve their own basin specific issues. And all of these concepts, are always top of mind when we're doing that. At least I know that they are in the Yampa, and I'm sure based on the examples I've been given by the CWCB directors and their directors report, and just knowing so many of you in the room, that we all, we're all consistently showing up to do the best job we can. So how do we write this all into the method that we're talking about, which I think comes back to Colorado, doing what's best for Colorado, and keeping our side of the street clean, and really diving into what that looks like in each basin. It's really hard, as we learned through the demand management workshop, to apply a statewide program and then assume that it's going to work in the Gunnison the way it's going to work in the Yampa. I mean, there's a bureau project in the Gunnison, there's not one in the Yampa. San Miguel is a relatively free-flowing river. I mean, if we're going to come up with solutions, we can't do it in the next 6 weeks. So how do we really start to scribe this in a way that shows the people of the state of Colorado that we're doing what we're tasked to do? I'd just like to hear people's thoughts and to feel like we're going in that direction. I think we've had some really creative ideas come out of here, and I feel pretty good about how we're getting our arms around these subjects, but I can't read the room.
Maybe Jackie, that's a great question. As we go around the room at the end, we'll have everybody weigh in on just sort of how they're feeling about where we are right now. Good question. Kate?
I know we're getting close on time, so I'm not going to propose a new concept at the end of the meeting, but I just listening to a lot of the elements that arose today, I do think it would be, as we're putting and refining sort of what direction we want to go on intra and interstate, to be thinking about the appropriate mechanism for the concept. We're tasked with recommending legislation to the legislature, but not all good ideas we come up with here might be fit for legislation. And I think it goes back, and you brought up sort of this trigger, should we be thinking about a trigger point? And I think you had a question about what does proactive mean, and how do we do that while protecting our position in negotiating room? I'd be very concerned if we lock ourselves in statutorily to a trigger point. That doesn't mean we shouldn't be thinking about what a trigger point might look or feel like potentially. But I think that in my mind, that's okay. We're tasked with the legislation, but then we're getting at this question of how do we actually elevate the story of everything we're doing in Colorado. It doesn't mean we're doing it all through statute or legislation, because we're doing it programmatically, administratively, through partnerships, through on-the-ground projects, through infrastructure investments. And I think as we're formulating our narrative, identifying our cumulative work, and then surgically identifying where we need authority through the legislature are two different approaches that have to happen at once, so that we're not putting all of our good ideas onto the legislature to decide and lock us in ways that we can't actually achieve or put us in a bad negotiating position.
Yeah, really some really good insight, and Kelly Romero Pini had sent some suggestions on ways to categorize what we're looking at as well. I guess it's something that needs legislation. It's a tool that that works, but not quite well enough, so we need to tweak that, but maybe it's a legislative issue, or maybe it's something else altogether. That's something that we advocate for at the federal level. It's outside the realm of this, so that's great. Unless anybody else has any final comments on this tools discussion. Thanks, Jackie. Yes. Just that we need to talk about what you would like to see on the agenda for October 26th. And we have a presentation on tribal water. You all will have gone through the exercise of prioritizing which intrastate tools you want to look at for our final recommendations. And how would you like to continue this interstate discussion? So just opening the floor to suggestions for our next agenda item for October 26th.
Roundtable first? What's that? Are we doing roundtable first? Are we doing the roundtable first?
No,
Okay.
no, we're doing what I did with 7. Questions? You all are coming back, right? And
Can we just say what we want while we do the roundtable? If we have items that we need to have on the agenda?
Andy, do you want to weigh in before that?
No, I can do it.
All right, so Jackie, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I already said, I think we're doing a really good job. I think this is, the work is trying to understand what the actual problems that we're solving for. It's easy to throw out solutions that cover things like a blanket, but I really appreciate everyone digging deep on this. And I think we're building some trust, which is important when we're having these conversations. So I'm feeling good. I would like to, if people are amenable to it, discuss the tool that I brought up at the last intrastate meeting. I did put it in the working draft, and then I have a 1-pager that I will upload for the group and for the public with some background. So if we can set aside some time, that'd be great. And I would, love to explore kind of a mix of all of the tools that we've talked about, whether it's environmental, Mike's idea, and Lee's water banking concept as well. Lee, I'll just tell you that I talked to Dan Birch and told him his water bank memos being recirculated circa 2017. So he was appreciative of that. But anyway, that's my 2 cents.
As a sort of a check-in, we're doing gut check. How are you feeling about where we are right now? Are there any other resources or presentations you want, and anything suggestions for the agenda for October 26th? So Orla, we'll go to you next.
Everyone, I think this has been a lot of great discussion, and building on our last couple of meetings, people really appreciate all the suggestions and the thoughtfulness and the conversation around what we can do. I would like to circle back to some of the intrastate. I think, we'd like to just spend a little bit of time talking about specific proposals on the stream tools that I talked about last time, which I can add to the shared document. Thank you so much for making that available. I do think I'm feeling like we've got a lot to get through. So I feel like we've got a lot more to do on interstate, and we've got a lot to do on intrastate. So I think that prioritization conversation and looking through the lens of what our job is in the Senate Bill 295 is really important to keep us on task, because it does seem like it's hard to cut off the discussion, but we've got a lot to get through in the next couple of weeks. So I'm sure others are feeling that too. And yeah, thanks again, and really appreciate being able to attend virtually. And I'll see you all in person on the 26th.
Aaron.
Yeah, I I think we've started to narrow this pretty well with this, I've got this short list working Google document open here. A lot of these, some of the things we talked about today probably need to be added to this, but seems like that might be a good way to organize the discussion. It'd be great if, Jackie put some good language in here, which is appreciated. I'm curious to hear more and see that one pager. I think Kelly also added some responses. I put something, I can write something in here about shepherding to maybe try and clarify what I was raising today, but I think that might be a good use of time to kind of just check down this list and talk about some of the ideas that have started to crystallize. Yeah, I think that might be a good, from my perspective, a good way to start narrowing. So good to see everybody.
Thank you. Mike,
Is it my turn?
it's your turn.
So. We've had some really good conversations and a lot of these conversations we've had for years. And we can poke holes in those conversations all day long. I'm concerned that we're running out of time and I'm wondering if we don't start looking at. Do we recommend a bill? Do we not recommend a bill? If we recommend a bill, who controls the water? And do we give them a series of tools? I mean, maybe start looking at how to put this package together. Maybe it's a little early, but I don't know that we've got a lot of time to do that, and do we look at trigger points? Do we come back and say we couldn't come up with a deal? You're talking about, I don't know what it is, but I'm thinking in the back of our minds, we need to start having that conversation of what this looks like being wrapped up, because we're rapidly running out of time. And I'm kind of thinking that maybe we need to start looking at some of that a little bit.
I think it's been a good discussion today. I do think that, and with an eye towards preparing a report to the legislature, I think it's important to envision that report not just having a recommendation for potential legislation, but a part of that report being, here are all the items we talked about and we don't want to. And I think they asked what we thought, and we should tell them, here's a list that you shouldn't touch, right? Because,
Do no harm.
do no harm, right? Yeah, and I think, I think, for instance, there's a list of the interstate tools that we haven't really talked to. Trying to go through that list very quickly and very focused, because we have proven over and over again, we can talk forever, and I'm like guiltiest in the room. But let's get a list and let's make that recommendation. And I think that actually might be really beneficial for the state.
Great.
Yeah, I like Mike's comments about acting, having to distill it down, we need action. And I kind of distill this down into what actions we can take, and it gives me a quick opportunity to answer as question a little bit better on the shepherding idea. So I think we need to keep that in front of us, but we have that authority. And I said we need beneficial use. I didn't say, I think what unknown is what the UCRC would direct us to do as far as releases. But that's not a big sideboard. I think there's ability to be opportunistic for those releases for the stream health. But just on top of that, I'll say I want to further that conversation about these intrastate tools, and it's not just because it's something that Jason and I worked on and wants you all to look at it, but I just wonder if you can look at those tools. Gerald mentioned it earlier, and say these are pretty robust, but Orla, you mentioned it 2 weeks ago. If this in-stream flow load could be a little more robust, it could be helpful, and maybe you could look at others, and we could look at water banking and tell us how it could be more robust and usable. And do those water sharing tools in the intrastate context suddenly become interstate tools that are already almost there for us? And, with some minor tune-ups from the General Assembly in their interstate context. So maybe that's a good way, Mike, for us to focus some energy and some action with the intellect that's in this room, is looking at those in that way.
Thank you.
I think opportunity to educate legislators on how complex and how difficult this really is. I think all of us work in a very complex system. I think all of us could list off multiple things that come together on a local level to have multiple benefits and be in the end viewed greatly by all involved. And even those that aren't involved, in most of those times, you could say the cart came before the horse. What I mean by that is sometimes we had to agree that it was going to be, in my legal term, winky winky, but no, we could make it legal. And they had to go back and we had to tweak legislation. We had to seek new legislation to get it to work within our system. And I think that's probably the case in most of the things we've talked about. Is we need to come up with what makes sense, what works, what everyone can agree to, before we'd even have a clue on what legislation we might want to make it happen and make it legal. So because I struggle with what new legislation would work in two basins, much less across the state. And so I hope we can come up with things to deter legislation for now. One, until we know some more on the interstate level. But two, it doesn't mean we can't come up with great ideas and implement those in the meantime.
Thanks. Andy, don't you think telling a bunch of legislators what not to do is gonna come back? I'm very nice tonight. I'm just saying.
Just come from me.
I think we've got some good concrete ideas on the agenda for next time to talk about. I appreciate stuff like that, I think that's good. That's great, gives us something to talk about. But I feel here there's so much else out there on both inter and interstate that we're getting run out of time, and I don't know where we're gonna end up. And how we're gonna format that in a report to the legislature that's gonna be acceptable. So just have those fears.
I agree. I think we are going to run out of time. I do agree with Mike. I think we need to get a list going and, get some things pounded out here. The other thing, I think Jackie brought it up earlier was, and you just brought it up, Steve, but regionally, this state is everything's so different. The Yampa, the Gunnison, everything's totally different. Before we recommend anything to a legislator, we need to feel comfortable with that, because there is not one part of the state that's the same. It's just everything. I don't want to hurt one part of the state where it's going to help. We need to help everybody. So first, good news. I won't be with you at the next meeting. Jim Roderick will be filling in for me next time. I've got my son's roommate's getting married, and I will be going to that instead. But I fully appreciate the idea that we've got a short time, got a long ways to go and a short time to get there kind of scenario. I guess, having worked with legislators and policymakers for decades now, my answer to that is all we can do is the best we can do. We've looked at a lot of things. I think that we probably want to talk about what we've looked at in longer, what we looked at less, bring that information forward. But
we're gonna, this isn't a exercise, this isn't a pass-fail exercise. It's an exercise that says, here's what we've done and here's what we've accomplished. Here, here's what else is out there, but we didn't get there. I'm not, if some of that means that there are some simple things that we talked about several meetings ago, some simple things about funding and whatnot that we can put out there, but I don't want to rush to a conclusion because we're running out of time. That's how you get bad public policy. And I watched, I was a staffer of the United States Senate for 3 years, and I know exactly how bad that can be. I spent a couple of decades watching the legislature, not as closely as some people like Kathleen Curry, who was actually making sausage as opposed to just watching sausage. But, let's not get caught up in the idea that somehow we have to make sausage. Let's do what we can do. Yeah, if we've got some good things to put forward, let's put those things forward. Let's talk about the things that are worth further consideration. Let's talk about I do kind of like let's talk about the things that aren't worth further consideration. It might be a little slight difference than telling them what not to do, because that is, I can assure you that telling legislators what they can't do is not a good place to be. Down the barrel and being yelled at for multiple hours by both my senator and other senators.
I'm gonna cut you off because I know people have got to get to the plane.
Good luck next week or 2 weeks from now, and we'll see you back.
I have other good news. I will not be filling in for Kelly at the next meeting. So I likely will not be here, but I think today's conversations were really, really good. I did like I don't know if it was a recommendation for a resolution demanding lower baseline reductions. I thought that was a great idea. So, but I think there'll be some needs about how to support the tribal sovereigns coming out of that group. And I think that's going to definitely be something that should be focused on. And I love the do no harm list. That's it. Great. Thank you. Lisa.
Let's see. No, I just think that we need to finish the discussion on the interstate goals and agree with the prioritization of that. And then finish the interstate goals discussion. But I want to thank Lee for saying what he did, because I have the feeling like, oh, we really need to get through all of this, and need to learn everything we need to do, and then come up with the recommendation. And it is nice to hear that, no, actually, we only have this amount of time, and we can do only what we can do. We shouldn't be much to do. Put something out because we feel like we can do that. So, I think it's really worth it. I put my mind at other times. But I also will not be at the next meeting. I was overlooked for a few meetings, so Pete Nylander of our Water Resources Division head will be he's the alternate for Southern Minnesota.
I think there's some things that we can agree on, that it's brought up the very first parts of these meetings as part of the infrastructure and all that stuff that we can possibly even look at. So I agree that, time wise, there's a lot of this stuff that's gonna, just like that the negotiations are going on and all of that's gonna make a big difference in what we're gonna have to do as far as stuff. But I think there is some stuff that we can, that us can agree on, that are simple, common sense things this day needs to do. I think we can move the through with and some kind of recommendations. I agree. I don't want to rush into much stuff, but most of the time when you do that, it's always a problem. No longer we could have this if you were in water board, you wouldn't even get a date to have a hearing.
Thanks, Randy. Yeah, just building on that, just one thought that came to mind is, we do have this
this deadline and perhaps we do focus on a short list of, near-term recommendations that we think are fully baked and ready for legislation, funding for aging infrastructure, things like that, that we can all agree to, and perhaps recommend that this task force be, continue to stand up over the next couple of years, while we're in negotiations, maybe have a much more relaxed schedule, maybe meeting quarterly instead of every 2 weeks. But I do see there's a lot of value in this group, and I would hate to see it just die because of this artificial deadline established by the legislators. And I think this group could do a lot more good work, both on the programmatic level, as you said, Commissioner, and potentially even for future legislation that dovetails more nicely with the negotiations that are going on. Thanks.
I also thought today was productive and just appreciate each and every one of you for being part of this and participating in the ways that you have. I would say I'm not worried about time. I really appreciate or about the time we have. I really appreciate your emphasis and your points. I am concerned about timing for our conversation about if we want to put something forward. I think timing is of the essence. So it might be a great idea in 3 years, but we won't know that in 2 months per se. So I think that adding that to consideration. The other element may or may not be for the agenda, but I think is on my mind is do we want to have a narrative in this report? And if so, could that narrative help be a benefit to telling the story? Whether it's the things that we talked about and don't want to do, whether it's what's already going on and we don't need additional statutory authority for, et cetera, to give the legislature a picture that we have covered incredible ground. And what they get in terms of recommendations is a piece of the bigger whole. But I think if we want a narrative, it's going to take some back and forth in these meetings to construct it. Good suggestion.
Appreciate all the comments and discussion on interstate tools, Commissioner Mitchell being with us. And really appreciate everyone being here in Southern Union, listening to tribes, and the next meeting will be in Toyoak. Just that appreciation that listening to tribes and being able to see that at the table. I thought it was a super interesting conversation today, and I look forward to continuing.
Thanks, and yeah, I think thanks to everybody for being here. This was our first chance to start interstate, so it maybe felt like there was a lot of background discussion, but I think it was really good and really helpful, and maybe we sort of that going slow to go fast piece. I think it was good to get all of this out on the table. I would encourage everyone, if you have ideas for specific recommendations for the task force to consider, get those to Kelsey. She can get those on our short list for everybody to weigh in on, and we can start maybe moving a little faster on that. So that's all for me. Kelsey, any final thoughts?
Look for that fund prioritization goal, categorization goal. That will help frame our conversation. A lot of you mentioned that. It's the start of the thing we talked about that. So look for that probably very early next week.
If you're sending a alternate next time, and I'm sure you will, but just make sure that you have brought them up to speed and that they understand where we are at, so we can really hit the ground running. Just
Thanks, Lisa. Southern.
Thank you all. Thank you, Southern Deer, for lunch, for your.
Thank you. Can I say just both me and my alternate would be virtual the next one.
Okay. All right. Everyone travel safely. Looks like we're gonna miss the snow. See you tomorrow. Happy Jordan will be with you next time. You need to.